Welcome, everybody. We are going to start tonight's meeting with a public hearing. This is a public hearing on the proposed adoption of Local Law E of 2025, a local law adding the position of Chief Equity and Diversity Officer to the Tompkins County Charter. So if you're interested in speaking on this topic, please fill out a blue form that's located in the back of the room and bring them up, and we'll get you in. So this is privilege of the floor, or this is just on the public hearing on this topic of adding the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer to the Charter. When we're done with the public hearing, we'll close that, we'll open our regular meeting, and then if you have anything you'd like to say to us on any topic whatsoever, that would be the time for that. You have a few already? Okay, we have a number of people that want to speak at the public hearing. First up is Zach Wynn.
Good evening. I would like to speak against the proposed law to add the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer role to the county charter. Doing so would further cement into permanence a position that should not exist. Created 5 years ago, the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer role created an additional administrative position with a six-figure salary without providing clearly measurable benefits. Based on discussion of this proposal at committee, I understand diversity in county government and employment is relatively unchanged since the role was created. Given the lack of material accomplishments of the position, what is the necessity of continuing this role and adding it to the charter? Whatever DEI-related responsibilities that are managed by the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer role would be best handled by Human Resources or the county's legal department. This would prevent unnecessary spending on an administrative salary and preclude the type of mission creep that often comes in the wake of roles like this being created. The Chief Equity and Diversity Officer position is a solution in search of a problem. Has this role made any meaningful impact on diversity or equity since it was created 5 years ago? What tangible benefit has it conferred to the public and the taxpayer? I believe this position exists as what amounts to a political commissar straight out of the Soviet Union, serving as an ideological overseer in an unelected position removed from the influence of voters. It is a pretense for the same type of institutionalized discrimination the role is claimed to counteract. It is also a major waste of money. Please vote no on adding the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer role to the county charter. Thank you.
Next up is Ren Kingsley.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to speak in favor of adding the CEDO position to the county charter. I want to start by reading right over there our diversity, equity, and inclusion statement. Tompkins County government centers diversity, equity, and inclusion. We are committed to the empowerment of employees and residents to dismantle systemic barriers that inhibit inclusive governance and the provision of government services to all. This is the county's diversity, equity, inclusion statement that has been aligned on by legislature and the county government. As an employee of Tompkins County, I am inspired to continually enhance my approach to programming to make county resources more accessible to a broader Tompkins County audience. I work in recycling and materials management, for everybody to know who doesn't know that already. As a white, blonde, I'm sorry, I'm not blonde. I was joking. As a white, able-bodied young woman with a bachelor's education, I can recognize that my own biases and limitations in my knowledge and my comfort hinder my ability to provide accessible and equitable programming and education and outreach. And I am seeking to continually grow and expand my ability to make the resources at the resources of our county more available to residents who have been systemically underserved and underrepresented. This CEDO position, the CEDO is a position to support all employees like myself who want to continue to expand our ability to fulfill on the county's diversity statement as well as the mission of our own departments. This is vital work, and the CEDO is a necessary position that should be protected so that it cannot be stripped away by folks acting from ignorance and insecurity rather than from the well-being of all communities that we serve. I invite our legislature to incorporate the CEDO position into the county charter. I invite our county leadership I invite our county leadership to adopt a lens of equity that is asking the critical questions: are our services reaching the people who need them? Are the residents of Tompkins County, the ones who are paying the taxes for all of the services provided by Tompkins County, receiving the benefits of our county services? Act from your commitment to reach and equitably serve the residents of Tompkins County and incorporate the Chief Equity Diversity Officer into the county charter. Thank you.
Next up, Kevin McGuire.
Good evening. As Dan said, I'm Kevin McGuire. I'm a resident of the town of Caroline and an employee of the Highway Department. I'm not representing my department tonight, speaking for myself and probably like-minded fellow members of Team Jedi. I'm grateful that the legislature has adopted a 2026 budget that includes and funds the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer position. That signals a commitment consistent with the county's stated mission, vision, and values. A commitment consistent with the diversity statement that Ren referenced and which is visible right over there. A commitment to providing high-level staff leadership to the county's equity work for 1 year. 1 year. We're asking that you make a more serious commitment, a commitment that moves the CEDO position beyond year-to-year debates about whether we can afford it or not. We're asking you to commit the CEDO position to the county charter, deepening the county's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. In 2020, when Team Jedi was getting off the ground, I joined for a reason. County's 2018 Workplace Climate Survey found that some of our coworkers were experiencing negative treatment in the workplace based on the color of their skin, their sexuality, their gender, or other aspects of who they are. That wasn't okay with me then. It's not okay with me now. With the leadership of talented diversity and equity officers, working with Team Jedi has given me a chance to live out my commitment to helping build a better, more inclusive, and equitable workplace. Many of us are looking to you for a sign, a signal, for a commitment. We hope you'll commit the CEDO position into the county's charter. Show us that you believe the CEDO position really belongs, that it's more than a year-to-year commitment, and that it's truly important to the county, to our work, to our mission, and our values. Thank you.
Rachel Graham.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Graham, and I'm a Tompkins County employee of 19 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight in strong support of adding the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer, or a CEDO position, to the county charter. Tompkins County has made a commitment to respect, accountability, integrity, equity, and stewardship. These aren't just words in a mission statement. They're the framework for how we expect to treat our staff, deliver services, and show up for residents. The CEDO is a position that helps turn those values into daily operational practice across 30 departments and more than 700 employees. Without structural support for this role, those values risk becoming symbolic rather than actionable. I want to address two concerns I've heard: budget and what this person does all day. To start, the absence of a dedicated CEDO does not save money. It increases risk, inconsistency, and long-term cost through preventable conflicts, inequitable practices, policy misalignment, and higher staff turnover. It also forces every department to handle equity issues on their own, which is neither efficient nor effective. The second concern is especially striking. I cannot recall other county positions, department heads, leadership roles, or specialty functions being asked to justify what they do all day or how we measure their success. We trust those roles because we understand their purpose and necessity in the functioning of county government. The CEDO position deserves the same recognition. The work is no less technical, no less essential, and no less measurable than any other leadership role already codified by the Charter. And the results speak for themselves. Our CEDOs have led major initiatives such as reimagining public safety, the institutionalizing equity report, and department-by-department equity indicators. Critical updates to policies, including the DEI policy, countywide training, coaching, and conflict support, the Equity Exchange newsletter, the Workforce Reading and Discussion Program, and meaningful contributions to the county's strategic operations plan. They have helped departments improve hiring practices, analyze service gaps, support staff, and build capacity to resolve issues before they escalate. If anything, the real question is not what they do, it's how one person has managed to carry a workload this large and this essential. Adding the CEDO to the Charter is not elevating one individual, it is affirming the county's long-term commitment to equitable governance. Codifying this role ensures continuity, stability, and accountability, just like we do for every other essential leadership position. If equity is truly one of our core values, then the role responsible for operationalizing that value must be structurally protected. Tompkins County has the values, the vision, and the momentum. Now we need the structure to sustain it. I urge the legislature to adopt the local law and affirm that equity is not optional, temporary, or expendable. It is foundational to good government. Thank you.
Next up, Amanda Kirsch-Gessner.
Good evening. I'm Amanda Kirch-Gessner. I'm a resident of the town of Ulysses. I'm a lifelong resident of Tompkins County. And as much as it could get somebody canceled these days, I'm totally opposed to codifying the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer position into the county charter. Firing shots across the bow of what many of you believe to be an overreaching federal administration is not sound fiscal or social policy unless you are holding cards or substantial financial resources that we the public are not fully aware of. We do not need to virtue signal through a hyper-localized tokenization process, especially given the retaliatory nature of the current federal administration. We cannot afford to risk losing federal funding or getting involved in an expensive, lengthy lawsuit, all because you want to put this into the books. Not opposed to equitable outcomes. I am opposed to you putting us in substantial financial risk right now. The only certainty we have is the fleet-footedness of our local networks and structures. The resources associated with codifying the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer into our county charter are substantial risk to the financial solvency of our greater community. Exposing all of us to this risk flies in the face of moving towards truly equitable outcomes. We just saw Cornell buckle to the current administration's demands. The only difference between our local government and Cornell has an army of lawyers and huge coffers, while Tompkins County has more than double the number of individuals within our purview and a lot less financial resource. The reality is we are in a time of asymmetrical conflict. Our dilemma is doubling down on a metric of virtue signaling to prove how quote unquote tolerant we are, or we can apply constitutional principles and apply these resources to already expanding equitable programming that exists within our county or create a couple new ones. The reality is, free taillights from our sheriff's department, free smoke detectors from our volunteer fire departments, free bike helmets through the Youth Bureau or Bike Walk Tompkins, free car seats, better funding for the library. These are all existing equitable programs, or I guess they aren't currently existing, but they're ideas for something that could be truly equitable. If somebody asks, they can receive resources. Ask any of our county's departments what would help better serve everyone in Tompkins County and hear what they have to say. If you want to fund something, fund an equitable program. Do not codify the CEDO position into our county charter. Not now. It's too risky. We do not need to attract more attention for what many to believe is a retaliatory federal administration. We cannot afford it. Thank you.
Next up, John Hunt.
Hello, legislator-elect for the 12th District, John Hunt. I spoke before to support holding this hearing, and I'm back again to support having the CEDO officer as a permanent position in the charter of the Tompkins County. So while I was thinking about this, I thought about some of the founding principles that our country started with, in particular, liberty. And so I wrote this down. L is for the life we live together. I is for the illnesses we conquer. B is for the brotherhood we can achieve. E is for the equality we desire. R is for the reality we recognize. T is for the trust in one another. And Y is for the years of yearning to be free. Thank you.
Next up, Irene Weiser.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Irene Weiser from Town of Caroline, and wherever. Danby. Sorry. I'm here today to urge you to place the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer into the county charter. Doing so is not about bureaucracy or symbolism. It's about making a long-term commitment to fairness, consistency, and a healthy workplace for the people who keep this county running every day. When a function is in the charter, we signal that it's essential, just like finance, public safety, or administration. Equity work deserves that same stability and clarity. Some have asked whether the CEDO duplicates other offices or could be merged with the Office of Human Rights. In fact, these two roles serve completely different missions. The CEDO focuses internally on pay equity, staff development, inclusive hiring, and ensuring all our policies and workplace culture serve all employees. The Office of Human Rights, on the other hand, is outward-facing, serving the public through education, outreach, and support of community members who face discrimination. These functions are both important, but they are not interchangeable. Merging them would force the office to compromise the needs of the other, to compromise either the needs of county staff or the needs of the community, and neither should be shortchanged. I've also heard concerns about the cost of the position, and I want to gently point out, this role is no more expensive than any other senior positions that may have been created with far less debate. But unlike many, the CEDO position offers a measurable return in reduced staff turnover, stronger recruitment, fewer internal conflicts, better compliance, and a more resilient workforce. Cutting or downgrading the position because it costs money is short-sighted. Good workplaces pay off. Some have said they don't fully understand what the CEDO does. To me, that uncertainty actually supports the case for placing it in the charter. A charter position brings clarity, purpose, and accountability. Importantly, it does not lock you into a particular job description. It simply ensures the function exists and that future legislatures can't eliminate it quietly in a budget cycle. If we believe equity is core to good governance, then it deserves that protection. If we want real progress on equity, more diverse hiring, fair opportunities for advancement, and a positive, respectful workplace, then we need the structure that makes that progress durable. Embedding the CEDO in the charter says clearly, this work matters. It matters to our employees, it matters to our community, and it matters to the integrity of county government. Thank you.
Ruth Yarrow.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Ithaca. In my 86 years, I've done a lot of organizing and teaching for peace, labor rights, environment, and I have to say that working for racial justice has been the most challenging. I'll give you a story from when my husband and I worked for 14 years in Seattle, teaching high school kids to be peace and justice activists. One year, the students chose the theme of "Is There Racism in Seattle?" And they went out with a video camera, got videos of all kinds of people speaking on the issue. And when they showed it to themselves, the white kids laughed at a testimony from a black man who was inebriated and slurring his words. And the black kids cried as a result of the response of the white kids. We struggled with this, and we went finally downtown to the equity office of Seattle and had their staff help us work that through. And they were very effective, and it was very important. And it ended up with a cohesive interracial group of kids that learned a lot that summer. So I'd like to remind you that when I joined you appointed me to be on the Human Rights Commission, I believe it was 7 years ago. You had just struggled through summarily firing a strong head of the Office for the Human Rights, and you had a hard time asking us to come and start our jobs as the commission. We kept wondering, months went by, and finally we said, we're going to organize a meet and greet, and we're told, no, you need to wait for us. And your legislature hired someone who was very skilled and gradually got you to be able to trust that the people you had appointed to the Human Rights Commission could do the work. This is not easy work because it's challenging our systems and our culture. And I'm proud to be living in a county that is taking this difficult issue of racism that's plagued our nation since its inception seriously enough to change your charter and make this an important, respected, strong position, because that's needed for this kind of work. Thank you for listening.
One person on Zoom that wanted to comment tonight, Lukey Forbes.
Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. Hold on one second. I'm just pulling up my speech, and I will be there right now. Wasn't ready. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. Okay. Hold on one second. Where did that be? Here we go. I'm ready now.
Please go ahead.
Okay. And hello, everyone. My name is Lukey Forbes. I'm the executive director of We Are Revolutionary. We're a grassroots organization based out in Albany. I am here to speak in strong support of the proposal to make the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer a permanent position within the county's charter. This step is not only reasonable, it is necessary. Equity work cannot be depending on shifting policies, political climates, or leadership turnover. It must be embedded in the county's foundation, not treated as an optional add-on that can be questioned, reduced, or removed whenever there's a transition. We've already seen what happens when this role lacks presence and actual permanence. Each time there is a turnover. The conversation restarts from scratch, questioning whether the position is needed, debating its value, trying to merge it into unrelated offices, or frame equity as too expensive. But inequity is what's expensive. The cost shows up in families pushed to the margins, communities over-policed and under-resourced, and young people navigating systems never built with them in mind. Institutionalizing the CEDO position affirms the commitment to the consistent, informed leadership that addresses these disparities with strategy, accountability, and urgency. Equity work is not about division. It is about truth, belonging, and repair. It ensures every policy decision considered who is harmed, who is helped, and who has historically been invisible. By placing the CDO in the county's charter, Tompkins County would send a clear message. Equity is an infrastructural thing. Just like roads, budgets, and public health, it requires a permanent stewardship. Someone empowered to guide systems towards fairness, inclusivity, and a long-term transformation. I urge you to vote in favor of this proposal. A just county doesn't happen by accident. It happens through leadership that is refusing to treat equity as temporarily. Let this moment reflect the kind of future Thompson County is committed to building, one where every resident belongs and where that belonging is protected in law, not just by chance. And just to end it off, the public climate that is going on a federal level should never stop local leaders from protecting their communities locally. We should always have faith in our local leaders to hold us down.
Is there anybody else in the room that wanted to speak tonight? Okay, we have one email that was sent in to a legislator and asked to be put on the record. Ann Corman.
Thank you, Dan. Dear members of the Tompkins County Legislature, I encourage you to pass local law number E 2025. 30-something years ago, I chose to settle in Tompkins County because we passed a local law recognizing that LGBTQ plus people have rights. Sad as it is, and as it was and still is groundbreaking, we did that, and it is the standard to which I hold all. Codifying the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer and its functions in the Charter may seem more prosaic than civil rights law, but it is the sort of act essential to universalizing those rights. Abundant social science data show that a majority of workplace diversity programs fail. This is not because people by and large are against doing the right thing, but a matter of framing. Liability-minded enterprise focus on making our workers endure instructions or sit alone watching instructive videos that this is illegal or you'll be punished if you do it, and other reminders that power can crack down on them. Research also shows that programs that institutionalize equity focus on engaging teams in structures that help all thrive and help us understand people different from us are effective. That is, at root, what the CEDO position is supposed to do. To those who say you're not sure the past two CEDOs have accomplished much because, in parentheses, position turnover twice in 5 years is a bit much, I doubt any of us would argue the fact that cultural and structural changes happen instantaneously, or that civil rights law, or 20 of them, fix inequality just by existing. As a final note, I'd like you to consider the following. About 10 years ago, I volunteered with a local organization. I was recruited because they needed a treasurer, but I also became the organization's white privilege on loan. Every time one of our black constituents had a permit or application denied, we'd deploy me to go turn in the same paperwork for a friend. Almost always, I walked out with my rubber stamp without much fuss. This was local governments, city and county, right here in Tompkins County, issuing these documents. Do we have structural work to do? Heck yes. Committing long-term to a county role responsible for shepherding these processes is part of getting it done. Sincerely, Robert W. Brown, District 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last call for any comments in the public hearing. Hearing none, we will close the public hearing. Thank you to all that came to speak tonight on that topic. We are now going to start our regular meeting, the Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025 meeting of the Tompkins County Legislature. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we get a roll call of members, please?
Ann Corman.
Here.
Mike Lane.
Here.
Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Dan Nolan.
Here.
Veronica Pillar.
Here.
Mr. Shurtleff will be with us shortly. Mike Sigler.
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
Travis Brooks.
Here.
Randy Brown.
Here.
Amanda Champion.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Rich John.
Here.
Dan Klein.
Here.
13.
We have 13 members present. We have legislators Dan Nolan and Travis Brooks joining us remotely, and in accordance with our remote attendance policy, they can participate fully in the meeting. We do not have any proclamations tonight. We will be having 3 executive sessions, and I will announce the purpose later, right before we go in to that. As far as reordering of business, I was wondering if people are interested in moving up the Resolution S, the CEDO position. I'm seeing a lot of nods. How about if we do that right after consent agenda? Okay, great. Consider that done. Anything else that anybody wanted to move around? Okay, now we are up to privilege of the floor for the public. Same as before. If you're interested in speaking, please go ahead to the back of the room, grab a blue form and fill it out. If you do want to speak to us tonight, you're agreeing to some rules. I'm going to read those rules. I agree to a 3-minute time limit. I agree not to raise my voice. I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language, or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. After 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. I agree to be courteous and not make comments, gestures, outbursts, or other disruptions while other members of the public or legislators are speaking. I agree that if I cause a disruption and am asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. First up is Zach Wynn.
Good evening. I'd like to say I'm glad that the new shelter is open. I've sent you folks an email with a couple of pictures of a fire that happened recently in the exception zone, jungle green zone behind Walmart. And that's just kind of a thing that happens this time of year. They're very ramshackle buildings, and don't want to speculate about potential causes, but it seems to happen every year. And I think it's great that the shelter's open. Looking forward to when there is a permanent shelter, I think it might be wise to figure out a way to kind of bifurcate between people who are using substances and people who are not, maybe factoring in some of the lifestyle choices that people make. I would like to think that the city would make more progress on the living conditions of the exception zone. I know that is outside the purview of your influence. Looking forward to the working together to make the outreach center, the thing that kind of fell apart this year. It would be good if you could maybe guide the city's direction a little bit. They just now, after about 2 years, got a water supply down in the jungle, which is a great turn of events. And, you know, there are people who are down there who don't really have much infrastructure or any sort of safety net. There's no lights, no internet. A lot of these promises that have been made, a lot of commitments that have been made haven't been followed through on. So anything the county could do to speed the execution of creating that infrastructure or incentivize the city to bring the green zone into compliance with New York State campsite regulation, I think would be a good use of your oversight and regulatory authority. That being said, some of you aren't going to be here much longer. I've enjoyed being able to come and speak. And in case I don't make the next meeting, I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to come and talk and just make use of the public comment. I know sometimes if I don't show up, nobody shows up. So especially you, John, Rich, we're going to miss you. So thank you very much, and I hope you had a nice Thanksgiving.
Next up, Amanda Kirsch-Gessner.
Hi there again. Guess a couple really important questions I would consider or put before you before adding the CEDO position to our county charter. Number one, has anybody even asked if the diversity of our county workforce actually reflects the diversity of our local non-student population? I think that's a really important question, because if that diversity exists already, I might even think it's even more diverse relative to the county. But if you can't answer that question, what has this position actually been doing, for one? And then number two, I'd ask our friends at the table who deal with administering our dollars whether we can afford to have all federal funding withheld and maintain an operational budget here in Tompkins County. I think I've seen many elected bodies vote against an overwhelming number of people advocating a position on local issues time and time again. I just want to make sure you have all the metrics measured before we risk federal funding related to TCAT, related to the airport, these points of access and resourcing that our community desperately relies upon. It's clearly in your hands. I'm guessing many of you have made up your minds. But I'm often told by friends like Rich John, it's kind of your job to be a bit paternalistic and think about the long-term consequences of these kinds of decisions. And it's very easy to write something in, it's much harder to remove it. Very easy to create, much harder to remove. I know that the position is already funded heading into next year. It's already been listed. I'm sure there is a list of qualified applicants. So if the position's already there, why do you need to write it into the charter right now? Especially when millions of dollars are likely on the line, please ask, and you could jeopardize the financial fitness of the entire county. That would affect everyone. Very unequitable to ask everybody to bear the risk of maybe not the best thought out decision. So I'm encouraging you to have a really meaningful conversation on that front. We can't jeopardize the financial solvency of Tompkins County. You're getting ready to authorize almost $30 million in bonds tonight. Come on, long-term. Long-term means we can afford to continue doing the thing. Thank you.
Was there anyone else that wanted to speak under privilege of the floor tonight? Member of the public? Okay, well, thank you to those members of the public that did come and speak tonight. We are now moving on to municipal official. It's a privilege of the floor. Pierre St. Perez, City of Ithaca, Common Council, welcome.
Hello, good to see you all again. I have, in any case, I can report on a few of the events of Common Council recently. We have updated the city's sign ordinance. Instead of evaluating signs based on the number of letters in the sign, we are instead going to be basing it on the size of the building. I see the smirk. But this is actually incredibly important. We've had signs going through the BZ, like through the Zoning Appeals Board. Instead, they're going to be going through the Planning Board, who actually understand how our signage stuff works. It is a great improvement. Additionally, we've adopted some clear financial policies from the council level that should help with maintaining our fund balance. And the mayor has appointed a working group to look into reparations. There's nothing of particular note on tomorrow's agenda. It's mostly setting up for the turning over of the guard, as 5 council members, myself included, will be leaving at the end of December. As such, this is most likely my last report to you all, barring something dramatic happening.
Questions or comments for Pierre? Mike Lane?
Pierre, I'm sorry to hear it's going to be your last report to the legislature. I won't be here either, but you have, over the last 2 or 3 years, come on a regular basis and reported to us, and what a pleasure it's been to hear from the city on a regular basis. I can remember years when we never knew there was a city because we never heard a peep from them, and it's made it so much better. Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate that, and I've appreciated getting to work with and hear from all of you. I know that I at least will miss having many of you who aren't staying on the county legislature. And additionally, our coordination between the city and the county is going to be more critical in the coming years than it has been in the past. So I very much hope that we can continue this degree of at least knowing what each other are doing.
Greg?
Yeah, Mike, thanks for saying that. I'd like to echo Mike Lane's comments. And Pierre, you've taken several shots behind that podium for many of us, myself included. And you've been a good sport and really thoughtful about your response and your approach. So I appreciate that. I hope that you do still come and engage the legislature during privilege of the floor, as I appreciate your perspective and comments. So thank you for your service, and I hope to see you in continued public service at some point in your life. But your work at the city is noticed and appreciated. I do have a follow-up as one final parting shot. Do you know if there has been opportunity to meet with James, the gentleman that came talking about EMS, and anybody from city leadership?
If such a meeting has happened, I'm not aware of it.
Okay.
Rich?
What Mike and Greg said, good public service coming and communicating with us. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
And thank you.
Ann? I think we have a unanimous consent on that one. Yes. Ann?
Yes, also want to echo, Pierre, the thanks for coming to talk to us and being available to talk about anything at any time, because we value that relationship with the city, and I think we can do a lot more for our residents and visitors if we work together. I wanted to ask if you or other council members or administration have been down to the Code Blue shelter for a tour?
I personally have not. I believe there are members of staff who have, but I'm not certain.
Okay, if you could, if you don't mind, just just letting them know they're invited. Do you know, Corsa, if they did?
Yes, we made contact with the mayor, and they are working with VOA to arrange visitation. So that is ongoing at the moment.
Okay, great. So we want to keep working with you on that. So thank you again, and best of luck to you and all you do, Pierre.
Thank you.
Mike Sigler?
I want to thank you for coming too, but I also, this is an interesting opportunity. This is your last meeting. This is a chance to ask you an exit question. So I feel the need to do that.
Duck.
I'm going to ask you the question I ask a lot of people, though. It's like, what do you think are the big, and this puts you totally on the spot, so you may not have an answer.
Duck.
What would be the big 3 issues you think facing the city that the county could have some type of role in to help with?
I mean, these issues completely interrelate with each other, but I would start with our cost of living issues, right? The cost of living in Tompkins County has gone up significantly, and especially the people that I've noticed are being hit hard with it are I mean, our seniors who are on fixed incomes and our younger people who are starting their careers. Obviously, it hits all of us, but maintaining community requires maintaining people who've lived here, often their whole lives or generations. And it also requires allowing people who grew up here to afford to live here. And that is increasingly becoming inaccessible to the current generation of Ithacans. That is an issue that I don't believe that the city can solve alone. I'm not even sure that the city and the county working together can solve it. But I do believe that we have to try to at least be very conscious and aware of that and attempt to alleviate it when we can. And directly relating to that, my second issue to bring up here would be our housing crunch. I mean, Ithaca has been experiencing significant housing pressures over the past, decade, but especially over the past 5 years. I understand that some of you who represent our more rural areas haven't been feeling these housing pressures as hard as we do in the city. But I assure you that this is the beginning, right? Our housing issues that we are experiencing in the city, when our housing prices eventually escalate and become completely unaffordable, then it'll start hitting the town of Ithaca, and then it'll start hitting our rural areas, right? This is an issue of too many people wanting to live in Ithaca. It's a great thing. We're a great place to live. But if we want to address that, I truly believe the county is going to have to help. We're running out of physical space in the city. And finally, look, we've spent these past several years just in what feels like a series of missed handshakes or missed high fives trying to address our joint issues, especially in the realm of our unhoused community, right? That's an issue that we have a joint responsibility for, and it requires joint action by both entities in order to address. We keep missing the mark slightly, and sometimes that's the county, sometimes that's the city, sometimes that's both of it, sometimes it's the state for some reason. But the point, I think, stands that we need to not miss one of those opportunities for collaboration moving forward. Sorry if I was long-winded there.
You had an answer prepared. It was good. Or you didn't, and you did very well. Thank you.
Deborah.
Not bad for being put on the spot, Pierre. I personally have appreciated your thoughtful observations and contributions. I will miss you. I think the city's going to miss you as well. And I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. Hope we'll see you again.
Thank you.
Randy.
I think you set a record for the most legislatures addressing you, or any misspelling. So I have a question for you, Pierre. You talked about the communication between the city and the county. What suggestions do you have how we can communicate better?
So I think there's multiple layers to that, right? On the basic level, having the constant sequence of reports back and forth between the county and the city, I think has been a great improvement for us on Common Council, knowing what's going on here, and hopefully for you guys knowing what we're up to in Common Council. This said, I do think legislature to legislature contact is not a solution to get us to where we need to be, right? In the end, at least I want to see our staff working in coordination with each other on issues that we have coordinated how we want to respond to. And I understand that that'll be a huge challenge for organizations, but I think that that's necessary if we really want to deal with these issues. And I mean, that's not easy, and you can't just order people to be friends and work together.
Thank you.
Shauna.
Thank you. I think what you mentioned before about the relationships is really, really important. And I would say 95% of our job, whether it's on the council or in the legislature, is all about relationships. We had the opportunity to join the city and actually create a hub that we would collaborate on. We would serve our community, we would serve the unhoused population, and unfortunately, we missed that opportunity. There's no doubt in my mind there will be future opportunities. And I think what has to happen is each one of us giving each other the benefit of the doubt. Because it's really easy at times for us to point the finger at the city, and it's really easy for you guys to point it right back at us and say it's the county's fault. And one thing that the mayor and I have agreed to do is every Friday at noon, we touch base with each other. Sometimes it's a matter of us talking about the shelter. 2 weeks ago, I invited him in to visit our shelter and to bring the council members, contacted Corsa, and he was able to set up that meeting. I think one thing that's equally important, though, is if there's a question, make sure that we're giving each other the benefit of the doubt. All of us are here to do a job, to take care of the people that live here. And I think it's important that we keep our eye on the prize and that we really focus on that objective. Because I find what happens in government is that we have in our minds different ways that we're going to achieve that goal, but at the end, we all have the same goal for the most part. We want to take care of our people. And so, I would ask in the future that if there are questions, give us the benefit of the doubt. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And I hope Rob and I can continue to have those Friday conversations and support each other, because we're not going to figure out the unhoused situation without each other. We have to be a team. So, thank you.
Agreed, yeah.
Dan Nolan.
Hey, sorry, slight technical difficulties. Pierre, I just wanted to add my voice to the chorus of folks saying thank you for your service, both to obviously the city and also to this legislature as the liaison. It's been a pleasure working with you and representing you, and I look forward to all of the things that you're going to do in the future and continue to work with you in the future there as well.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, and I'll add to the chorus too. Thank you for coming consistently. You were extremely consistent and informative, but also kind of fun. You make it interesting, and also you really exude honesty, and that's like a really important feature for communication and in government. So, thank you for all that.
And look, the point is to build trust between organizations.
Okay.
But thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, Pierre, you're safe now.
My beetroot red.
So we missed one person. I missed one person on privilege of the floor for the public. That's on Zoom. So we have Jim McGuire now. Jim, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you so much. I didn't know if you simply had already heard from me in prior occasion and decided that you didn't want to hear anymore. But I do appreciate your time, and am grateful for the opportunity to address the legislature. I have had the opportunity to meet a couple of you on tours of Herald Square, and I know that each time I either listen to a legislative session or read in the paper and follow all that you do, it becomes more and more apparent to me that you have a lot of challenges, you have a lot of demands on the time and energy and resources of the county, and you're certainly balancing and juggling a lot. So I respect that, and thank you for all that you do. In terms of balancing resources and meeting the needs of the community, obviously there's clearly a need for new office space, and that's something that has been discussed and in the works for many years. I'm hopeful that although momentum is inertia is on the side of the existing plan for the Center for Government, that all of you, as good stewards of the resources at your disposal, will give thoughtful consideration and engage in some meaningful discussion and conversation with myself as a 50% owner of Herald Square, my family, and Dave Lubin, our partner, to learn more and make sure you've fully vetted that option, because I do believe that it's an option that provides much lower risk. The fact that as a developer, I can tell you the risk for cost overruns and so forth is substantial, especially in the demolition, excavation, building the shell of a building. There's so many unforeseen, unpredictable elements that can change the cost as you might project it, and even the course of time. I know that as a developer, we've seen, and among my competitors, a lot of projects go on hold or become unfeasible in today's environment because of volatility on costs. So I just sharing that experience. It's something that I believe differentiates our alternative, because the shell is virtually new, never been occupied, but it's built in a very high quality fashion, something that we'd intended to own for generations. But we're willing to really cut a tremendous deal in a very transparent fashion to the county, because we feel it's a great use for the space. Size-wise, it can be the perfect fit for what you're looking for. Operationally, I think it would actually be lower cost. I don't know that people really understand how a condominium structure would work, but I think we can demonstrate to you that you guys would find it more cost effective. You'd still have ownership of your space and really great flexibility in the future. By that I mean that okay, well, I'm out of time. Please explore, and always available at your discretion. Contact me anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are back on the agenda. We're up to legislator privilege of the floor. Deborah.
Yeah, I didn't plan on speaking about this, and I know that we'll be discussing the charter issue going forward, but I thought it was worth addressing this particular issue separately. And that's the idea that we should fear retaliation from the federal government, and that should be a reason why we should refrain from putting this CEDO position in our charter. I just want to say that we've already got a big target on our back. We have from day one. We have inclusion through diversity on every piece of paper that comes out of the county. We have an anti-discrimination law that's been on our books since 1991. We have stated at every opportunity and in every plan that our values are respect, accountability, integrity, equity, and stewardship. I just don't think that adding the CEDO to our charter is going to make the target on our back any bigger than it already is. So I'm just putting that out there as a general statement, come and get us.
Ann.
Hard to follow that. I want to thank all the folks that came to speak to us. We listened, a lot of people sent emails, some calls and things like that. So thanks for reaching out to us. It does make a difference. And it does influence, how we vote on things and the policies that we make. I wanted to mention that I attended the College Initiative Upstate graduation and recognition ceremony, and that was held over at our Department of Social Services building, and it was really touching to see all the people that are going through these programs. There were some graduates from the program, and so I'm glad we were able to come together to figure out how to add some more money to their funding for this year. The changes in people's lives who have experienced incarceration and other issues and other hurdles in their lives. It's just astounding what, in some respects, I think a small amount of money can make. And really, also, this helps fund the people that do this work. I know they're not paid a lot of money, so I know I want to just say to the people that are doing it that thank you. I know you're doing it because it's important work, because it means a lot to you. So thank you very much. And I visited our Code Blue shelter. I think it was on Friday or Saturday, so I just wanted to say things look pretty good. There was some folks hanging out there for the day, which is what we want. There was some games. There was food. It was nice and warm in there. And I wanted to thank No More Tears for coming and donating a huge Thanksgiving dinner. And just one thing that I was thinking later, I'll finish my little tour there. So the staff was really great about showing me around. They said people can just drop by at any time. I contacted them first. There was a reporter that wanted to do some pictures out front, so that's one of the reasons I was there. But they said, let them know anytime you want to come by. But as legislators too, they said we can just stop by and see how things are going. And I just wanted to, I know we want to be cautious of how much money we're spending, but I just wanted to put this for people to consider over time, that it seems like at least some portion of the food and meals they're getting is donations from the community. So I just wanted to think about that, of where money's going, and then these groups are then coming back to us to ask for money for our shelter. So I just want to make sure we're all thinking about that process. So maybe that's something that can be on somebody's agenda for next year. And that's it. Thank you. Greg.
Thank you, Dan. I had the opportunity, and I apologize, I'm going to read some facts, but I think it's really important to get it right. I had the opportunity to speak with Liddy Barger, our Director of Housing Initiatives at the Human Service Coalition, and we were talking in advance of tomorrow's HED meeting, where we're going to get more robust conversation and presentation on the topic. But there's HUD proposals currently out there that threaten critical homelessness funding. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, is instituting a cap in the fiscal year 2025 COC funding NOFO. I guess it's the Notice of Funding
Availability or something.
Opportunity, or whatever NOFA stands for, but the funding is available, that will limit permanent housing to just 30% of program funding, down from the current 87%. This change alone will put 170,000 formerly homeless people who are now stably housed nationwide at risk of losing their housing. Permanent housing paired with supportive services works. It keeps people housed, reduces ER visits and jail stays, and saves public dollars. This proposal would reverse decades of progress and increase homelessness across the country and here in Tompkins County. We stand to lose funding for nearly 60 permanent supportive housing units. Youth programs could stand to face the biggest cuts, and if this does go through, changes will take effect on May 2026. There's a potential for $1 million loss in our funding. What we need to do is we need to urge Congress to engage the White House and HUD to maintain the 2-year continuum of care funding cycle and ensure any major program changes go through the proper legislative channels, and ask Congress to include protective language in a continuing resolution or other legislative vehicle to preserve the 2-year funding cycle and safeguard supportive housing programs. People are welcome to join the COC Homeless and Housing Task Force virtually tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. If they want to ask questions or hear more information, the link is available on the Continuum of Care and Human Service Coalition website for them to join in. And I also want to point out that there's some pretty dramatic changes in the NOFO for this year. Racial and LGBTQIA+ disparities no longer recognized. HUD reserves the right to reduce or reject a project application if they find evidence that the project previously or currently conducts activities to subsidize or facilitate racial preferences or other forms of illegal discrimination, or conducts activities that rely on or otherwise use a definition of sex other than as binary in humans. Harm reduction is no longer supported. Project applicants must certify that they will not operate drug injection sites or safe consumption sites, knowingly distribute drug paraphernalia, permit the use of distribution of illicit drugs, or conduct any of these activities under the pretext of harm reduction. HUD reserves the right to reduce or reject a project application if the project conducts these activities. The cap on permanent supportive housing, which I mentioned, and several other things. When speaking with Liddy, one of the topics that came up, which I thought was most profound, is many people who work in this space come to this space with some type of lived experience or very personal reason why they engage in this space. Many have spent their entire careers, some short, some long, building a system that is currently being dismantled piece by piece. It's one of the most demoralizing things to watch and to hear really the agony and frustration and sadness to be forced to institute changes that you've fought for most of your career to see put into place, right? Choosing which program gets something and which program doesn't. I think we have a real crisis potentially on our hands. I also had a conversation that with Liddy, that this idea of good money versus bad money, right? Not all money's good money. And what obligation as a county do we have to maybe reject HUD funding and figure out a way to support these programs locally so that we don't have to compromise in our values and in things that are important to our community, especially if we're going to be asked to do things that completely defy, I think, what Tompkins County has come to represent to many. I think this is a really critical topic, and I would encourage legislators, current and incoming, to participate in the HED committee or to go to the Homeless and Housing Task Force virtually tomorrow morning. And I will be sharing more with members of the committee, members of the legislature, some documentation and things that Liddy put together after tomorrow's HED meeting. But I just wanted to raise this up during privilege of the floor because it is such a critical issue and really is taking decades of a step back as we address one of our most critical issues facing the county at the moment.
Rich.
Greg, thanks for sharing that, really.
Ray of sunshine.
Yeah, depressing news. You know, as I was listening to it, I was thinking that it's one thing to do these things, you know, in certainly housing, but immigration, healthcare, tax policy, and the list goes on, if you campaigned on them. But none of this was really explained a year ago when citizens had a right to vote about who would be in charge here. You know, maybe the citizens of our country would say, this is what we really want. I'm not sure that's the case, and here we are yet going through it. But that's not why I raised my hand. I did want to just give the public notice closer to home that the interviews for a library director are underway. We have two candidates. One came and presented yesterday, and the second will be coming tomorrow. If you missed yesterday's presentation, it is available on the library's YouTube site. And tomorrow at 5 o'clock, the second candidate will be presenting on YouTube. There also is lots of opportunity for the public to provide feedback. And I encourage anybody who's interested in weighing in on the library director position to do that. So thank you.
Veronica.
Thanks. I want to also thank all the members of the public who came to speak. Most of what I'll have to say about the local law under consideration, I'll say later. But I just wanted to answer the one question about, has anyone looked at the demographics of our workforce versus the county, which unsurprisingly, yes. I don't think that person's here anymore. But I looked up in the 2024 Institutionalizing Equity Report, which was spearheaded and written by the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer. It compares lots of aspects of demographics in the workforce between 2016 and 2024, because that's what we had data for. You know, something else was going on in 2020, we may remember. So I think just looking at race, because I think that what was mentioned, although lots of other things are explored. Our workforce was 94%, in 2016, our workforce was 94% white, 3% black, 1% Hispanic or Latino, 1% other. In 2024, our workforce was 88.3% white, 4.2% black, 2.5% Hispanic or Latino, 2.5% two or more races, 1.8% Asian, and 0.3% opted out of answering this question. And so it's, you know, racial diversity alone, which is only a small fraction of what diversity is improving, but still kind of overwhelmingly white. I didn't have data on the non-student racial demographics of our county, but I did look up, we do have demographics by legislature district, thanks to work from our GIS mappers. Yeah, they're a little hidden, but I found out about this actually from our latest CEDO, who pointed this out and actually highlighted that in the report. So clicking on a few districts that are not near Cornell. District 1 in the city, but you know, the furthest west is, I won't read all the races, but in each case, the plurality of people are white. District 1 is 66.1% white, or rather was as of the 2020 census. District 14, which is west of that, in the town of Ithaca, 76.7% white. District 16, northwest of that, including Ulysses, 86.5% white. All of which percentages are lower than the percentage of our workforce, which is white. Just numbers. But I guess the takeaway is, yes, this has been looked at, and in particular by the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer, among the many other things they've done.
Randy.
Yeah, actually, Amanda Champ and I actually visited the homeless shelter the Friday before it opened, and they did a great job, and the cartwheels that people did to get it ready was really incredible. One thing that we learned, though, that used to be a county building. Many years ago, Mike might remember this, it was a highway building in some use. So I thought that was quite interesting how things come around. One of the things that's come up recently, and people have heard about this, is a flare project that NYSEG's putting in these new power lines and poles from Cogden Road to Montreal Falls, and they're going through Enfield and Newfield, and those residents have many concerns, and they've come to public meetings and expressed them. And one of the issues was that maybe the information wasn't getting clearly to the residents who are going to be impacted by these 90-foot metal poles. So I will say that NYSEG stepped up, and they're going to be coming to a Newfield Town Board meeting on the 11th of December before NYSEG people, and they're providing information like exactly where their poles are going, because a lot of people have these homes and they built them and there are the wires there looking down the valley, and now they're more concerned about that, so I don't blame them. The other thing that came up a lot of people are upset about is a new cannabis factory in Newfield on Schaefer Road called Sapphire Farms. I'm not saying things wrong with that, what they're doing, but a lot of questions there. It's going to be a big factory with over 25 employees, you know, making things. And one of the issues that came up is there were limitations by the state as to how many people can actually grow marijuana. Well, you can lease the land out, and all of a sudden you have a lot more. They're looking at 50 acres of marijuana growing in the hills. And the residents are really upset about the smell. I mean, they couldn't believe it, and it's not even operational very much yet. So that's a lot of concern, and water's a big concern as well. So I reached out to the health department, and they were our environmental health team were very responsive. They've been to this site, they've been looking at the wells, they're doing all the things that we expect our health department to do, and I just want to thank them for responding quickly to me so I could distribute it to people as they look at that, because right now it's in front of the town planning board. So, thanks.
Shauna.
Thank you. Rich, you mentioned just if some voters knew, maybe they wouldn't have voted that way, but just a reminder, there was Project 2025 that all of us thought was totally outrageous, and we hoped and prayed that it wouldn't come true, and many of those things are coming true. So, don't want to say I told you so, but here we are. I did want to share our New York State Association of Counties is having their meeting in a few days, and they came out with the top 10 county priorities for 2026. And I wanted to share those because these are the things that NYSEC is really going to focus lobbying our state officials this year. Number one, protect counties from federal cost shifts, prevent billions in new costs from falling to property taxpayers. Number two, preserve the Medicaid cap, maintain the $7.6 billion cap on local Medicaid costs. Number three, support counties through federal policy changes, provide state assistance to manage sweeping federal requirements. And it talks about SNAP and Medicaid. It does not talk about the HUD funding. Number four, update outdated procurement laws, give counties modern procurement tools while safeguarding labor protections. Number five, expand the county workforce, help counties recruit experienced professionals for essential services. Number six, expand the county partnerships program, reduce barriers for counties to access economic development funding. There's a $50 million county infrastructure grant program that's going to open up very soon, and it's going to be for the smaller rural counties to tap into. Number seven, invest in water infrastructure, enact the Safe Water Action Program, which is also known as SWAP. Reform raise the age funding. We've talked about that quite often in public safety. Provide predictable funding without property tax penalties. Number nine, fix the competency restoration crisis. We've also talked about that. Modernize CPL 730 to reduce costs and deliver mental health treatment. They're saying that in some counties, the increase for competency restoration has increased 6,000% since 2019. And then number 10 is end taxpayer subsidies for packaging waste. And it would require producers, not taxpayers, to fund packaging waste management. So I like to say that these are all things that we've at some point touched on in our legislature, and it's good to see that NYSEC is actually advocating for some of the nonpartisan issues that we find important too.
Ann.
Shauna mentioned this a little bit, but Project 2025, since it was brought up about the current federal administration, President Trump it was brought up many times that and asked him directly, did he support Project 2025? And he kept saying no. So he said no. So, I mean, I don't want to get into whether people believed him or not. He was very well associated. His funders, his people that worked in his campaign were associated with it. So a lot of his backers were for it. But you can go ahead and look on, if you're looking to see what's to come, there's a Project 2025 tracker where you can see, here's all the things that they were working on, and the things, they're about 48% through their agenda. So you can look and see what's next. I mean, it goes line by line. They did that, this is completed, this is completed. So they're just following this playbook. So please take a look at it, because we should be prepared for what's to come. And just in reference to what Deborah said, personally, I think it's my job as an elected official to also take care of our folks locally, protect them as best we can, and not to kowtow to bullies, people who are in the federal government who are giving illegal orders, illegal directives, or if there were illegal laws. Currently, there's no law or even a directive that we don't have a CEDO position. Thank you.
Got Mike Lane, then Mike Sigler.
Couple of pleasant things to start out with. And one is TC3. And Shauna, maybe number 11 on your list ought to be support for better funding for the state for our community colleges. I think that's pretty important. They never know what's going to be recommended, and they aren't up to their 1/3 promise that they ought to be. But speaking of the college, Friday night, the 5th, there will be the graduate recognition ceremony for those students who are graduating at the end of this semester. They don't hold a formal commencement like they do in the spring. All of the students who graduate in the fall are invited to come to that commencement, but many of them don't. So it's a nice hour-long ceremony. We hear some speeches, and we hear some the parents and the friends and family come to that. So if you'd like to spend an hour on Friday night seeing what's important about the educational process that TC3 does, come on out to the college. And if you want to see diversity, come to the college. You'll see it. The other nice thing is it's the beginning of the holiday season, and there's a lot of celebrations starting for the around the county. In Dryden, I think in Trumansburg this Saturday, and I don't know about Groton, but other places.
Last Friday.
They're doing these things for their communities. They're lighting Christmas trees, and they're having sales at their local businesses and all kinds of things like that. So come on out, celebrate the season with Christmas and Hanukkah and Kwanzaa and all of the celebrations that are going to go on. So having said some nice things, I do want to mention that things don't look so great for Ukraine. I'm awfully afraid that our administration is going to sell it out. And we know how the president of that country, an electing democracy, was treated in the White House, how he continues to be treated, and how the arms keep being thrown around, I should say, the president of Russia, whose aggression has killed thousands of people in that ridiculous war over there. And we're going to end up, looks like we're going to end up appeasing them. We fought a World War II. Not my generation, but my parents' generation fought it. Because appeasement did not work. It just makes the person who receives the benefit of it even more aggressive. And we'll see that happen here. And then we heard consternation from the administration because some elected members of Congress put out a statement, I guess it was a video, that said, soldiers do not have to follow illegal orders. Does anybody believe that's not true? Does anybody look back at what happened at the end of World War II and the trials at Nuremberg and believe that it's perfectly all right to just say, oh, that's what they ordered me to do, so I did it?
It's in the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
You're as a member of the military, a former member of the military, you would know that, Deborah, and I think that's absolutely true. But can you imagine, and now wanting to question these members of Congress for saying such an awful thing? You know, murder is murder. And it's murder when you gun down survivors of a boat you just blew up. That's murder. we should not be telling our military that they should do things bad. We just had horribly 2 members of the Kentucky, or rather West Virginia National Guard, terribly just gunned down in Washington, D.C. Why on earth were they there to begin with? They didn't want to be there. They were sent there to be police. They're not trained to be police. This is a political move by administration that's out of control. What do Venezuela and Saudi Arabia and certainly Israel, and as our friend in the Mideast, what do they have in common? Shauna, I heard you mouth that oil. You're exactly right. And that's what it's all about. Now we're talking about gunboat diplomacy, sending down the Gerald Ford, the biggest aircraft carrier we've got in its task force, to be outside of Venezuela with the pretend purpose of interdicting the drug trade. Well, none of us wants to see the drug trade flourish, but we also don't need to have gunboat diplomacy to have regime change in a country where we're not invited. My God, we used to do that in the 1900s, in the 1800s, late 1800s. We called it gunboat diplomacy, as I said. And you'd go down there and you didn't like what some country was doing, whether it was they called them banana republics because that's what they had. Now they have drugs. Now they have oil. We can't continue to throw our weight around in order to feed the pocketbooks of the oligarchs in America. Thank you.
Mike Sigler.
Thanks, Dan. Hazel is almost 3 years old, which is a terrific age. And we're watching the Macy's Day Parade. And so definitely a signal that the season is upon us. And she's wondering why we're not in the parade, because we're in so many parades. But I do want to say congratulations to the Armstrong School of Dance. They were in the parade. And it was great to see people I know there on the sidelines cheering on their children at the parade, and they did just a wonderful job. So, as Mike mentioned, there are some things going around. 6 o'clock on the 6th, which is Saturday. Please come out to Lansing. Maybe it won't rain this year. We will have our tree lighting. You'll have Santa, Mrs. Claus, Olaf, but don't tell Disney that he will be there. Tyrannosaurus Rex will be there, and also the Grinch. So, come out, have some cocoa. It'll be a great time. Last but not least.
Mike, where in Lansing?
It will be right there at the town ball fields, right across from Salt Point. So, if afterwards you want to go and stop for a local pint, you can do that as well. My colleague Lee was going to be late today, so I prepared something about his town, and it goes to our local, we're going to be voting on a local paper later on. I wanted to pull out a story from the Ithaca Voice, though, as to why I will again vote against this, even though we need a local whatever, because in the Ithaca Voice, they talked about a local cheesemaker, and he has won the best cheddar in the world. In the world. Like, that's amazing to me. It's called Stockton Hall Cheddar. His name is Jeremiah Timmons. He's right out of Groton. And you can go locally and buy this cheddar cheese. And it was the best American cheese, and it was the best cheddar in the world, and it was the 5th best cheese in the world. And this was done in Bern, Switzerland, and I think they know their cheese there. I mean, not maybe like Wisconsin knows their cheese, but they're pretty good, I guess, worldwide. So I wanted to congratulate Mr. Timmons on that. We always put people on a pedestal for sports and sometimes for academics. I think we should do that a little more. But I think everybody has their jam, and this person clearly knows how to make cheese. And I think that's terrific. And I do want to thank the Ithaca Voice. Because that's literally why I read a newspaper, is in part for stories like this that aren't, you know, it doesn't have to be so serious every day. And I like to read about local people making what I consider pretty big accomplishments, frankly. So congratulations to them, and congratulations to Groton. Thanks.
Okay, I only have one more person on the list for privilege of the floor. Amanda.
I have been waiting for this for a long time, so here we go.
Goodbye.
My apologies in advance. This is going to be a little bit long, but I do hope you will appreciate what I have to say. And as Mr. Sigler just said, it doesn't always have to be serious all the time. As some have noted in the past, being on this legislature is like being at a 4-year Thanksgiving dinner. It's an important event. You don't get to choose who else is at the table, and you're probably going to argue with those you're sitting with. I can attest to the fact that each of you has really ticked me off at one point or another. Some of you, many, many times. Some of you probably will later this evening. You're stubborn and opinionated, you're arrogant and argumentative, and of course, you're always right. That said, you have to be both bold and hard-headed to do this job. You have to have strong opinions to get elected, and you have to be willing to fight for what you believe in, sometimes again and again. Over the past 8 years, I have come to realize that this combination of stubborn passion and deep caring makes being on this legislature a very special thing to be a part of. As many of you know, this year I worked on a history project where I interviewed each legislator and recorded them talking about what it is like to be a county legislator in 2025. Everyone participated, and I recorded all 14 current legislators, plus Susan Curry at the beginning of the year. I asked questions about their district, why they ran for the legislature, what is positive and negative about being a legislator, and what they think are the challenges for Tompkins County in the coming year or two. We live in a unique moment in time, and I hope I have captured some of that in these interviews. I'm turning the recordings over to the History Center to add to their oral history project so posterity can look back and maybe understand a bit more about our experience now. They should be transcribed and available later next year. Many thanks to each of you for answering my questions with candor, vulnerability, and humor. Listening to you tell your stories was very profound for me, and I feel like I got to know you all a little better. You made me think more deeply about my own convictions. You brought up new ideas and questions. All of you made me laugh, and a couple of you even brought tears to my eyes with your passion and dedication. One thing I heard over and over from each of you is that you are here because you want to serve the people in your cities, towns, and villages. You want to represent your community by having a leadership role. You do this job because you care. In my mind, that is the best and most honorable reason to serve. Legislators don't tend to get a lot of thanks for the time and energy they put into this work. Even the small perks like legislator parking spaces and local mileage reimbursement are always being challenged. Clearly, we don't do this job for the awards and recognition. However, 2 years ago, I earned this amazing trophy because, as you all know, the Government Operations Committee is the best committee. We won the Spirit Award for being the most color coordinated, the most enthusiastic, and the all-around best committee. Obviously, it's no surprise that we won the Team Spirit Award for this year too and received another trophy. I've noticed that many of you have exhibited signs of jealousy about my trophies and have made feeble attempts to seize them for yourselves. So, before I leave these chambers at the end of the month for the final time, I would like to give out a few other awards so that going into next year, whether you're coming back to this room or not, you have something to inspire your future work and fill the void of my absence. Now, I had planned to start with a few words about legislator Travis Brooks, who has seriously been eyeing my trophies this year. Of course, Travis has thrown a wrench in the works by not being here in person. I think he is there listening on the Zoom, and so I'm technically not talking about him behind his back because he is here. Let's see. This is Travis's first term on the legislature, and even though he's got more style than anyone in the room, and he knows it, he's kind of been a small fish in a big pond. However, over the years, I've seen Travis constantly involved in, hosting, speaking at, or volunteering for every downtown Ithaca community event and fundraiser. Travis passionately and humbly shares stories from his personal experience, and when he chimes into a discussion, everyone stops what they're doing and pays attention. Travis chairs our Health and Human Services Committee with compassion and good humor. Though he has had a few senior moments, and he does not always remember voting procedures, he does a great job as chair. So much so that 2 weeks ago, Randy said that HHS was his favorite committee, causing Travis to again make a play for my trophies. While I think we can all agree that Travis should not chair government operations next year, he is a strong leader because he knows that the key to success is to always lead from a place of love. All of this good work tells me that Travis has become a big fish in our little pond, and he deserves his own trophy. Just you.
Damn, you've gotten bossy.
Yeah. The Big Fish Award goes to the Honorable Travis Brooks. And if he was here, more than anyone else this year, legislator Ann Corman has earned a gold star. She is incredibly dedicated to this job and is often the first to raise her hand to help out. She went to many extra meetings when we were down a legislator earlier this year, even making sure to color coordinate when she came to GO. Annie also made a play for my Team Spirit Award by bringing snacks to her peak committee and going all out with color coordination for HED. There is also a rumor about a peak pizza party next week, which could actually bring her up in the standings. Additionally, you can always count on Annie for a deeply honest legislature speech, which may or may not include props, a story or video about her cat Princess Buttercup, or a thorough discussion on culverts. I know we've all experienced Annie's expert-level witty one-liners and deadpan jokes, which brings a lightness to the legislature that we desperately need. She gives everyone the benefit of the doubt, reminding the rest of us to look carefully at our own words and be kind to each other. Therefore, Annie Corman wins the DMKWA. Sorry, she doesn't like acronyms. The Don't Mistake Kindness for Weakness Award goes to Annie Corman.
Hey.
Legislator Mike Lane is our longest serving member. He has been on this legislature for upwards of 28 years. I heard a rumor that he has missed 2 legislature meetings during that time.
And no caucuses.
Mike is thoughtful and deliberate with his words, which are always offered in person, over his landline phone, or via snail mail, because he has yet to embrace the county's use of email, Microsoft Teams, and Zoom. But Mike is a font of historical knowledge, which makes up for his lack of technological savvy. Mike can enlighten us about many aspects of New York, US, or world history, explain how Tomtran operated in the 1980s and how it became TCAT, relive the 2000 and 2010 Tompkins County census operations, regale us with memories of Mad Magazine, enlighten us how our current budget process came to be, and remind us why we sold the old library, even though we shouldn't have. Mike Lane has given so much to Tompkins County that he actually wins 2 awards. First, the award for best attendance. Second, since we all know that Dryden is the crown jewel of Tompkins County, that must mean that Mike Lane wins the Crown Jewel of the Legislature Award.
Thank you for that.
Legislator Randy Brown is curious and asks a lot of questions. He is 1,000% dedicated to representing all of his constituents in Newfield and Enfield. However, having previously served on the Newfield School Board, Randy advocates particularly for the children throughout the county and regularly visits our social services departments to ask a lot of questions. During our recent budget deliberations, trying to understand the inner workings of county finance, Randy asked a lot of questions. Even though Randy is not a fan of new building projects, for 2 years, he has thoughtfully led the discussion of our new Downtown Center of Government building project. Chairing a committee is hard work, even more so when you don't necessarily agree with the direction the committee or the project is going. Yet Randy diplomatically works with staff, contractors, and administrators, and yes, asks a lot of questions. Have I mentioned that Randy asks a lot of questions? The award for the most diplomatic inquisitor goes to downtown Randy Brown. Yeah.
Thank you.
A while back, some of us worked out who would be the winner of the Legislature Hunger Games. Though some of you may dispute this, let me introduce you to Legislator Deborah Dawson from District 10. As an Army Reservist veteran, Deborah is tougher than any Hunger Games tribute and works harder than a one-armed paper hanger, a phrase I had never heard before I met her. Deborah thoroughly reads every document, email, report, policy, litigation, memo, and budget line, often highlighting and underlining important details, and she is always ready to argue her points. In case you missed the memo, Deborah is a lawyer with a long history in the federal government and is happy to debate anyone at any time. Through her work on the budgets and with the finance department, Deborah is committed to making ours a financially sound county government. However, in a shocking turn of events, Deborah advocated for the use of fund balance in this year's budget. Gasp. Deborah and I didn't really get off to a good start 8 years ago, but I am grateful I've gotten to... Surprise!
This just in.
I'm grateful I've gotten to know the funny, generous, caring woman under all those eye rolls and that strict facade, because I never would have made it through 2 terms without her. The award for most fiscally responsible and not afraid to tell you about it goes to Deborah Dawson. Isn't this fun? Yes. I love this. We have a few Juris Doctors on the legislature. We have a couple of masters and also some bachelors and associates, but we only have 1 Doctor of Philosophy, Legislator Veronica Pillar, PhD. While that may mean Veronica is the smartest legislator at the table, it may also mean they are simply the most overqualified person for the job. Veronica is steadfast in their fight for human rights, leading the Workforce, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee with care, and always speaks up for those who may feel they don't have a voice. Veronica consistently shows up 5 to 10 minutes late for meetings, but when they do show up, don't underestimate them, because they bring incredible wit, intelligence, and value to the table, and they are more effective than they give themselves credit for. They are also the only person in this room who would join me in putting on muddy shoes and a heavy backpack and go tromping through the rocky, strenuous mountain wilderness just for kicks. Dr. Pillar wins the Most Likely to Get Their Feet Dirty in the Fight for Human Rights Award. Legislator Dan Nolan, also on the Zoom. I hope he's there listening. Dan, you were brave to step up and join our Thanksgiving dinner already in progress. In the small time I've worked with you, I see that you came to this job because you too care about your community and want to serve. With this legislature's wealth of loquacity, I appreciate your inclination to not flap your lips every time a random thought passes through your brain. A quality some of our colleagues could take a lesson on. Thank you for that. The award for #1 newly elected legislator in 2025 goes to Dan Nolan.
Thank you. Thank you, Amanda.
So I'd like to pause here to mention the people who make this legislature function as smoothly as it does. Without the legislature clerks, Katrina McCloy, Taylor Spencer, and Jordan Cree, we would all be sitting here in the dark with no agenda in front of us, bickering over the rules of the legislature, wondering how to take meeting minutes, and having forgotten numerous points of business we were supposed to attend to. The clerks are endlessly patient and diplomatic with legislators. They are efficient and organized, and they do very snazzy work. You each have been kind to me and helped me be a better legislator, and I am so grateful. I have often thought that these three deserve medals. So today I award Katrina McCloy, Taylor Spencer, and Jordan Cree gold medals and the Keep the Ball Rolling at the Tompkins County Legislature Award in honor of their stellar contributions to the people of Tompkins County.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I also have awards for the other talented folks around the table who keep our government going strong. I am happy to present our County Administration Department, including everyone involved in administration, the Don't Kick the Can Down the Road Award. Our county attorney's office wins the Slam Dunk Litigators Award. And our finance department wins the Deep Dive into the Fascinating World of Finance Award.
Where did you get these?
Well, I would love to talk about and individually honor all the staff as well as each and every department for their commitment and hard work on the behalf of the people of Tompkins County. That would definitely take all night, and we do have actual business to attend to. I am so deeply grateful to all the people I have gotten to know and work with. County employees are hardworking, patient, and sincere. You have all taught me so much about the work that you do, but also about how to be a professional. I will miss working with such incredible people. Hang in there, got a few more. Legislator Lee Shirtliff is a busy guy, as evidenced by the fact that he's always got his emergency call radio attached to his hip, which usually goes off at least once a meeting. Lee is a committed public servant, having been an emergency services dispatcher, a Board of Elections commissioner, the Village of Groton historian, and the head of Tompkins County's Department of Emergency Response. What you may not know is that Lee was primed to be a legislator, not because of these roles, but because in 1980 and 81, Lee was an intern legislator on the Tompkins County Board of Representatives. To be clear, he was not an intern for the board. He had a seat at the table as a high school student. Let's all pause for a moment and imagine an 18-year-old Lee sitting here telling us there's no way in heck he's raising taxes on the people of Groton. While Lee deserves a belated award for Best Intern, tonight Lee Shurtleff wins the award for Lifelong Public Servant.
Yes.
Thank you.
From my first days on the legislature, I knew Legislator Rich John was a voice of reason. He regularly reminds us, late at night, that making important decisions after long days of work and debate does not make sense, and that we function better when our meetings are shorter. To this end, years ago, Rich proposed one of his harebrained ideas with a rule to limit the length of time legislators could speak during privilege of the floor.
You'd be screwed.
Sadly, the idea did not garner enough votes, and the next legislature may want to reconsider this because it really would have come in quite handy tonight. Rich's love of compliance and expediency makes him an excellent chair of our Public Safety Committee and Ethics Advisory Board. And his love of the flag policy has made him an exemplary member of the Government Operations Committee for many years. His compliant sensibility was evident when he eagerly joined Dan and me for Rules Fest 2019 and 2020. That was our comprehensive revision of the rules of the legislature, which was a lengthy project that Rich called, quote, life-affirming. For all these reasons, plus the fact that Rich often comes to work proudly sporting his classic blue Tompkins County polo shirt, the chalice of compliance goes to Rich John.
Congratulations.
I love the Deborah's film magic.
Yeah.
Give her a task.
There are many things that legislator Mike Sigler and I can agree upon.
There's a shirt.
Money for local parks, that heating for homes in the winter is a basic right, that growing up in northern New Jersey gives one an interesting perspective on the world, and that a yearly pilgrimage to see a Dave Matthews Band concert is essential to one's happiness. But Mike rarely goes along with the crowd. This legislature can count on him to give a different perspective, to share an outlandish idea, or to challenge what the rest of us are thinking. Mike always votes his conscience, even if he has one vote against 13. Mike has also reached expert level at dragging out a discussion longer than necessarily, usually right after saying, I'll keep this short. He was probably on the debate team in high school, and like Annie, he is skilled with props for his speeches. While it is true that Mike and I have often disagreed on important matters, ultimately, you've got to appreciate a guy whose pocket square matches his socks. Mike Sigler wins the Most Likely to Stand Out from the Crowd award.
I know,
I know, you're not even wearing the pocket. I had a little trouble actually coming up with what to say about legislator Greg Mezzi. Not because I haven't gotten to know Greg, but because I'm never quite sure what Greg is going to say or do next. He constantly keeps us guessing. Greg often finds creative solutions to problems and can bring opposing sides together. But he'll also stick to his guns and vote against something important like the budget or the official designated newspaper, just to make a point. Greg regularly gives us stern lectures about order and decorum, and he doesn't put up with any malarkey. And yet, he is quite often loudly laughing at his own jokes, and he is the only legislator who thinks business casual attire includes flip-flops. Greg is passionately pro-business and applies his growth mindset to our government work by embracing challenges, seeking information, and keeping us moving towards a forward-thinking future. Happily, his business acumen also stretches to supporting his favorite local bakeries and depositing boxes of donuts or cookies or cupcakes in the back room on a regular basis. Greg may be a little hard to pin down, but I think that's because he knows that one of the most important qualities in a legislator is the ability to listen and learn from conflicting viewpoints, then rethink your position and evolve. He even shocked us, much as Deborah did, 2 weeks ago with his olive branch regarding replenishing the fund balance. Greg has definitely evolved from a newly elected new legislator 4 years ago into one of the experienced old legislators now. Greg Mezzi is our business casual MVP and wins the Always Evolving Award.
Boots on today.
It is not possible to count the number of times legislator Shauna Black's irreverent sense of humor has gotten me through a rough day or a long meeting. Shauna finds humor in just about everything, and because she's from Texas, she doesn't take any bull. But don't mistake Shauna's cheekiness for a lack of care about her work and the people she serves. Shauna has shown her leadership through her variety of chairwomanships, her role on the NISAC board, and her connections to other elected officials. Shauna is on top of the pulse of the community, often telling us what's going to come out in the newspapers before it comes out in the newspapers. In fact, she's so far ahead of the game that 8 years ago, she started her legislative term before the term actually started, taking Peter Stein's seat when he had to step down early. Shauna's goal is honesty and transparency with colleagues, department heads, constituents, and neighbors. And frankly, I think she knows everyone in this town. I mean that literally. She has gotten a coffee with, or been on a board with, or been a hockey mom with just about everyone. And thanks to Shauna and Deborah, I'm not the only legislator who swears in public. The No Bull Award goes to Shauna Black.
Yeah.
There's only one legislator I know of who has written a proclamation for a rock band. I've also never heard of another legislature chair who makes baked goods for their colleagues for every single meeting. Legislator Dan Klein has done these things and more because he serves his community with a unique blend of integrity, kindness, and humor. Dan began his political career with the Ithaca Stop Walmart campaign in the late 1990s. That campaign failed, which didn't bode well for Dan's future in politics. But he persevered, and years of hard work brought him here to this pinnacle of success as the chair of the Tompkins County Legislature. Dan often goes above and beyond in his efforts and is willing to meet with anyone and hear all points of view. Dan tries to be a nice, agreeable fellow, happy to fill in on whatever committees or advisory boards need members. He is flexible until he isn't. And then you'll probably see a well-researched point-by-point defense of his position or an online call to action, culminating in a long night of listening to constituents at public privilege of the floor. Dan is always thinking of ways to make us laugh, whether it is with a proclamation about vitamin B6, the story of how handsome Governor Daniel Tompkins was, or a punny policy on miniature ponies. Dan Klein has done a lot of good for this community since those days of the Stop Walmart campaign, and tonight wins the Above and Beyond Award. Congratulations, recipients. This was the best four-year Thanksgiving dinner I have ever been to. Yes, you all have exasperated me, and you should have seen the trophy I got for myself, but I couldn't even fit it in the car. But I am also deeply grateful to you. I'm grateful for the good work we've done together. I'm grateful I got to share the experience of being on the Tompkins County Legislature with you. I hope you put your trophies in a place of honor on your desks to remind you that you are fighting the good fight. If you don't like your award, well, you're lucky you got anything at all. I spoke a few weeks ago about how citizen participation is essential for a strong democracy. I will say it again. Democracy is not a spectator sport. Every person in this room has decided to participate. And with democracy under attack right now, you being here is essential. Thank you for showing up, for speaking, for listening, and working toward a better future for all of Tompkins County. Everyone here gets a participation award. And in this day and age, that's something to be proud of. Thank you. That was so fun.
Can we go home now?
What we can do is take our break. It is 7:30, and that's an impossible act to follow, so see you in 11 minutes. Yes, Rich.
Would it be possible to get a photograph with trophies?
Yes, when do you want to do that? After
when we reconvene.
Okay, will do. Good idea, thank you. Okay, we're on break. Which resolution is that? Okay, we are back in session. Now it's time to get angry at each other again. But first, we're going to start with, I do not have a chair's report or chair's appointment, so let us go to reports. County Administrator Corsa Comfy.
Okay. So I have a very short report here. Where are you? Okay, the first in shelter, we have 72 total housed under THA and Code Blue directly by DSS. And also at Cherry Street, we range between 13 and a maximum number of 25 individuals. We've not had any major incident, and facility team has been working really hard every day to respond to the clogged toilet and few concerns, but everything else looks great and working well. As Annie said, we're thankful to No More Tears for providing Thanksgiving meal. We're very excited about what they did. I'm very thankful for that service as well. And we've closed the county historian application process yesterday. We had 4 applications. I just sent an email out to anyone who wants to be part of the review process with a current county historian, please let me know. And then we can set up a date and go through those 4 applications and recommend a candidate to the legislature to be appointed as the next county historian. So as soon as I get a confirmation of who want to be part of it, I will set a date up and then we can go through that process. Also, as I indicated last time, we have 25 applications for the senior positions. The team has been set up. They are going through the evaluation process, and we hope to also complete that process by mid-January and get somebody in the position as well. We have variety of applicants from across the country, Texas, Florida, and other places. I'm really excited about the pool that we receive. And that's my update.
Questions or comments for the county administrator? Of course, forgive me if I missed it. Did you give the Code Blue numbers?
Yes, so we have for Code Blue at Cherry Street, the numbers that we have range between 13 and the maximum number was 25. So this was the number that was provided over time. We don't have any pets, and nobody has appeared or reported to the space with a pet requesting for accommodation. We have 1 family under Code Blue, but that individual is housed at Roadway.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Corsa? Next up, Maury Josephson, County Attorney.
I will try to be a ray of sunshine too. There are 4 things I want to address. I'll do them quickly. I've noticed when Joe Scalzone picks me up on the radio and just plays back, I seem to speak very slowly. So sometimes he speeds me up, and I sound like
and you sound like the chipmunks.
Right, exactly. So I'll try and strike the happy medium. That'll be my theme. The first thing that I wanted to talk about that we're working on is improving the process of moving from contract authorization to contract execution. I am thinking through a process that would allow that to move forward crisply, but at the same time provide for robust involvement by the legislature in both phases, particularly for contracts that are for a large amount of money or significant impact to the county, or both. Second is with respect to, as we're getting toward the end of the year, and I'll be getting the same message out to the departments, if there are outstanding questions or issues with my office that are hanging out there, remind me, feel free, and I would be happy to try and address them before year end, particularly if that's needed, that they be addressed before year end. The next one is really a comment on some things that were said earlier in the meeting, which in particular concerning staff-to-staff relationships between the city and the county. And I can report that a bright spot in that area is the relationship between my office and the city attorney's office. We are in touch all the time, whether it's a small question that came up over, who's supposed to file what in our foreclosure actions, to much more serious and weighty stuff. That relationship has remained solid and open through in acrimonious times and in harmonious times, and I'm happy to make use of that for the benefit of the county, and would ask that you do that, because I think the city attorney and I are some of the most the most practical attorneys, practical and pragmatic attorneys that you could find. In the city's case, also intelligent and talented, but it's a good relationship.
And humble, yeah.
Finally, I'd like to try and to talk about my office's approach to things, and maybe I could do that by unifying three things that came up tonight. One being Greg's discussion of the HUD-NOFO, the other being Randy's discussion of Sapphire Farms, and the final one being the Kick-Ass Litigator Award that we were presented tonight. And the key to, and I'll start with the last, which is that the key to kick-ass litigation, being a kick-ass litigator, is staying out of litigation that you're likely to lose.
That's exactly right. That's right.
And the way I try and do that is by keeping our values in mind and pursuing those values within the confines of a changing legal landscape. So, for example, when you see me putting certain language in policies or reconfiguring a grant, it's almost always, if not always, to benefit the county by pursuing and attaining an objective and pursuing a value without pulling us into thankless, painful litigation. And in that respect, with respect to the HUD-NOFO, if there are ways, some needles can't be threaded, but if there is a way to thread that needle, I would like to help. And it may look like we're taking a step back, but it would be taking a step back to take two steps forward. Because with respect to Sapphire Farms, I remember when I was at school here, a friend of mine lived on Snyder Hill Road, just where it branched off of Pine Tree Road, and there was a pig farm over there. And it stunk to holy hell whenever I would go past there or go into his house. But if you don't raise pigs, you can't have bacon. If you don't grow cannabis, who's going to stock all these dispensaries? So my objective is to find a way where not necessarily everybody be happy, but where people who want bacon can get their bacon, and people who need to raise the pigs to make the bacon can raise the pigs. So other than those four things, I think there's probably a lot you'll want me to talk about in executive session, maybe, hopefully not. So I will leave it at there, other than questions for you.
Questions or comments for the county attorney? Shauna?
Yeah, I actually have a question. It might be for Corsa. I wanted to ask, I know that during budget, we had voted to put through increased security, and it was actually, I think, a resolution before budget. Have we implemented that? And I think part of the security plan was us having security at our meetings. Wanted to see where we are in that, because sometimes we have it, sometimes we do not.
Yes, so it is being implemented. So far, we have, I believe they've hired one additional individual. They're going through the training and orientation process. The expectation, I believe, at a public safety committee meeting this month, they'll go through the process for implementing it fully from the beginning of next year. At the moment, we don't have the full complement of the staff, but yeah, the expectation was to have somebody here. But the conversation earlier was, if we are anticipating some degree of concerns or there are some hot topic issue that may generate into some difficult or tough conversations, they will be present. But it will be, I would say, fully implemented from beginning of the year, and we'll have somebody here at all meetings.
Randy?
I'm going to ask you a question about sapphire farms, just in general. So actually, the Agricultural Farm and Protection Board talked about odor, because there's cows and there's different things. It's right to farming and all those kinds of things. One of the issues that came up in the health department was very good with was it's a residential area, a beautiful farm. Looks like an out-of-state owner, and they're concerned about water, because the water in the area is 2 gallons a minute. And so all those people around there are testing their wells for volume and contamination. They're concerned about that. And that's what the health department recommended, is that they get a baseline, which I think that many of them will do. But they're having issues. They're bringing water in now by the truckload, and there's a real concern about water there. So that's one issue for them. But the main issue that came up is how does a farm that is only permitted to grow 50,000 square feet of marijuana also grow 50 acres of marijuana by leasing out? The New York State apparently gives licenses for people to grow marijuana, but how does it all get consolidated in one spot? And you're talking a lot of money. I mean, if you speak to farmers who actually provide food, marijuana farmers are getting 30, 40 times more per acre with their crop than other people. So it's big business, it's big money. So I guess that's the question I have, is how does one location all of a sudden get 30 certificates to farm marijuana in the same spot, and they're doing all the work? So they also contract out to them, so it's not one individual coming in and working his acre or her acre. They're contracting out to the company to manage and do all the processing. So to me, it seems counterproductive. Maybe that's maybe it's an unintended consequence of New York State. I don't know.
Or some combination, or somebody creatively studied and worked the regulatory system to come to that outcome. Is it the right outcome? Is it an outcome that's subject to challenge? I think we'd have to, do a lot more investigating and a lot more research about it. And if the legislature considers it worthwhile to do that, we can make that a project of our office.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for the county attorney? Ann?
I'm not trying to say that you're headed this way or making any reference to anything like this, Randy, but I just want to say, like, in the community, there's some people that are kind of going after the dispensaries, the cannabis dispensaries, the growing of it. It's legal, and so there's just some prejudice out there. I just want to make sure that that we're not singling out, or other people aren't singling these folks out who are doing this legal activity. I live across the street from there's not a huge road frontage, but there's a farmland. And I'll tell you, we have a right to farm. We're in a right to farm community. And you want to talk about the smell. I mean, when they're spreading manure and they're like spreading it weeks and weeks and weeks, and they come all year round. And so somebody said something about like, oh, you could have an Airbnb at your little cabin. It's like, there's no way, because somebody comes in and it permeates through everything. I mean, it's really noxious, it makes you feel sick. But I don't have a problem. I mean, it's a right to farm community. I know there was farmland there. And so they need to do that for their business. But the smell, it's through my house. It's just on everything. And it takes a long time to leave once they start doing it. And then they come and they spread it again. So that's a different kind of smell. And it's not a great smell. They grew marijuana down the street for a few years. That was a smell too, that you could smell like a couple blocks away. So farming can have an odor.
Shauna.
Yeah, I'm sorry to bring this up and draw this out, but I wanted to ask about the illegal pot shops that are cropping up all over the county. And I know we've discussed this in public safety. The last update that I heard, we were going to collaborate with the City of Ithaca Police. And I wanted to follow up and see if there had been any action taken.
That is ongoing.
Okay.
We have evidence gathered through covert shopping. Our plan is to bring a test case to make sure we have the procedures down properly. I won't say who it'll be against. Let that be a mystery, so that maybe some shops will close down if they're watching this YouTube broadcast. But that is ongoing and is one of the bright spots I was talking about in terms of collaboration between the city and the county. Another thing that I've thought about, and I'm not sure why I didn't come to this sooner, is that it doesn't have to all be litigation or adopting a local law. I think when something comes to our attention, we do have a bully pulpit. I have a bully pulpit, and perhaps some well-worded legal letters from my office and the county administrator or the chair of the legislature asking OCM to take action might be effective. And so I don't see why we don't try it. It's just an hour's time and a piece of paper. So I would like to, plan to start pursuing that as well. There was one situation Dan has talked about near his place. Maybe we start with that one.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Anything else from Maury? Okay, thank you. Next up, Darrell Tuttle, Director of Finance.
Good evening. What I'm going to start off first is, if you give me a minute to share my screen, is I'll go over the October sales tax report that is on our packet, page 5. Okay, so for the month of October, 2025, the total sales tax collected was $6,628,000, which comes to be about 5.11% change from last October. Now, for year to date, for the total county collection of taxes, it's $68,922,000, which is 4.14% increase over 2024 year to date. Now, the county's portion of that mimics kind of the whole total. It is $3,728,000, or 5.11% for October, and the year-to-date is $38,768,000, or 4.14%. The municipalities outside of the city of Ithaca they collected $1,482,000, which is a 3.5% increase this October over last October. And the year-to-date is $15,929,000, which is a 5.19% increase. Now, the city of Ithaca is very similar to the municipalities. It was a $1,418,000 collected in October, which is a 6.84% increase compared to last year, October. And the year-to-date is $14,224,000, which is a 3% increase. Overall, budget to actual, we're at about 84%, which if you divide the months, we should be at about 83%. So we're doing good, even a little over. Now, page 6 is just the graphs that show a comparison of 2022, 23, 24, and 25, and also the numbers below, along with a budget to actual in the top right. Does anyone have any questions on sales tax?
Randy.
Yeah, I've been looking at this report for quite a while, and I think I might finally figure something out. So I'm looking at the county budget comparison. And so if you look at the gross sales tax revenue, which you pointed out before is $38,768,000. But then when you look at the, to the right, the unallocated sales tax revenue, it's $1.4 million. Oh, no, actually, yeah, $1.4 million, $2.4 million, $2.4 million less. Is that the city sales tax agreement? Is that money that is the actually unallocated? Is that what we get in the other $2 million? Is that what's part of the whole sales tax agreement?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So it took me a long time to figure that out. Thank you.
Yes, the gross is the whole piece, and the unallocated is after because in our system, we move the revenues from there. They allocated to cover the expenses of it going out.
Thank you.
Rich.
Yeah, really just an observation. You know, having looked at these graphs for years now, it's always struck me how they follow the same pattern. And it looks like last month we really had a deviation. I don't know what it means, but it's certainly come back a bit. Deborah, you have it all figured out?
No, I just wondered if it had anything to do with the government being shut down and people maybe not spending quite as freely. I don't know.
I mean, we saw that significant drop in our September collection, and we did better in October, but the shape of the curve month to month is really different. I don't know. I think that's something we're going to have to wait for the future to figure out.
I just feel like we've always been advised, do not peer too deeply into any one month. It's not worth it. Yeah. The trends are more important. Any other, Darryl, more stuff?
The only thing I'd like to add is department's doing good, business as usual. The county's fiscal calendar ends December 31st, so one of the focuses on my department is to reach out to the other departments to begin the process of collaborating with them to get all the information for the audit, which unfortunately takes a while, but they're in the field and on site about mid-April, but they will be in Ciro, which is the group that we're using. They will be on site for an interim audit, which is a week in December. That kind of helps start, and they do some checks early on before giving us time to put all the information together. But we've sent out dates. We have deadlines that we send out to the departments in order to get us the information timely so we can do all the calculations and magic we do before we give it to Insero.
Questions or comments for County Finance? Maury.
Question. With respect to the curve, the green curve on the sheet, am I mistaken, was that because of the reconciliation that the state did, that there was a big drop there? Could that explain the flattening?
That could explain it. There's no precise explanation if that's how much of it makes up, but it definitely makes up a piece of that dip is the reconciliation, which there was an audit where it shifted some of the sales tax to another jurisdiction.
Any other questions or comments? Randy.
That's right. This question is for Corsa. Corsa, you sent an email to us recently saying that our budget year this year, is it a 5% shortfall? You're already projecting a 5% shortfall? Is that because our revenues are off this year, or are we spending 5% more than we're bringing in, so I'm curious if you'd clarify that.
Yes, we use 2.7 million in fund balance to support the budget. That's approximately 5% of our property tax levy. That's why I said we are beginning the year in that deficit position.
Okay.
So our budget basically, we are bringing in less money than what we are projecting to spend.
For 2025?
For 2026.
So basically we have to use another $2 million worth of fund balance to balance?
That's for 2026.
For 2026?
Yes.
Oh,
So the budget did capture that. We included some fund balance in the numbers.
So the 5% you're talking about, it's not over and above what we've budgeted, but you're saying that that's what we're using 5% now?
Yeah, that's what
balance
we did budget.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought you were projecting that even after all that, we're going to be 5% short. So that was my question.
No, not at the moment, no. So as Daryl said, hopefully right from the beginning of the year, we will be able to provide you some projections about some comparison of actual to expenditure, but we won't get that actual number until we close the year and we've done the audit and all those processes to let you know exactly where we will end up in 2025. But any numbers that we give as we get into 2026 for 2025 will be projections. But like I did indicate, 23, 24 both ended in a deficit position. So we are hopeful that we can close the gap a bit this year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Darrell. Moving on, resolutions to be added to or withdrawn from the agenda. Okay, going on to the consent agenda. Start with the appointments. We have from the Public Safety Committee to the Community Justice Advisory Alternatives to Incarceration Board, Holly Mosier, County Attorney's Office Representative, and Dina Bodner, Department of Social Services Representative. And the resolutions. Resolution A.
Please.
Resolution A has been pulled. Resolution B. Authorization to disperse funds, County Administration, ID number 13672. Resolution C. Town and city budgets and printing of tax rates, ID number 13665. Resolution D, authorization for Finance Director to make year-end transfers, appropriations, and budget adjustments as required, ID number 13664. Resolution E, approving completed tax rolls and directing the executing and delivery of warrants, ID number 13663. Resolution F, authorization to sign drafts, checks, County Administration, ID number 13661. From the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Resolution G.
Pull G, please.
G's been pulled. Resolution H, accepting 2024-2025 Federal Transit Administration Section 5311 Grant Award for TCAT, Tompkins Consolidated Area Transit, Gadabout, and Tompkins County, ID number 13649. Resolution I, budget adjustment, Highway Machinery Department, recognize revenue and increase appropriation, ID number 13680. Can I have a motion to move the consent agenda, please? Veronica moves.
You got some more?
J and K.
Oh.
You got J and K.
From the Government Operations Committee, Resolution J, correction of errors, ID number 13673. And from the Health and Human Services Committee, Resolution K, authorization to accept Rural Community Assistance Partnership, RCAP Solutions Incorporated, donation of services for technical assistance in updating and developing sections of the Tompkins County Sanitary Code, Whole Health Department, ID number 13682. And move the consent agenda. Veronica moves, Rich seconds. We have to have a roll call vote tonight.
Yes, we do. Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica.
Is Dan on?
He's on screen.
Oh, he's still on screen.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
14 ayes.
14 ayes, the motion carries. Consent agenda. Okay, we're moving on to standing and special committees. Start with the Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Dan, we had talked about moving up the CETO.
CETO first.
Wow.
That award's going to your
Yeah,
head.
you
It's
might
making
need
you a
to-
little, making you a little.
Yes, we're going to go to Resolution S, Government Operations Committee. Amanda Champion, Chair.
Sure, great. I would love to move Resolution S, adoption of local law number E of 2025, a local law adding the position of Chief Equity and Diversity Officer to the Tompkins County Charter.
And seconds.
Do you want me to
Please.
start? Well, I didn't prepare anything to say, and you've probably heard enough from me tonight. Deborah's nodding. And, you know, we've had a lot of conversations about this in various committees, and happy to obviously have further conversations here tonight. But essentially, this came about when I went to the GARE committee, or the GARE conference a couple of months ago, and, you know, realized that—
Can you say what GARE is?
Sorry, Government Alliance on Race and Equity conference here in town. And, you know, really realized that if we want to say that Tompkins County believes in inclusion, diversity through inclusion, or whatever it says on our papers, if we want to fulfill our diversity mission statement, if we want to continue, you know, backing up what we're saying about having a diverse and equitable and strong workforce, we need to add this position to the charter. Again, I know a lot of this is repeated, but if anyone is just tuning in, many of our other departments and leadership roles and department heads are all in the county charter. And as many of our public commenters said, you know, this is something that if we truly value it, it should be a permanent position. And one person said something that I really liked. A just county doesn't happen by accident. I think that we need to be intentional. We need to decide if this is actually a value that we want to hold. For me, it's not about money. We put a lot of money into a lot of different departments, into a lot of positions, and this is a position that is needed, and I think that it should be permanent. So I'll stop there. Happy to answer any technical questions about what it means or what it looks like or all of that, but I guess I won't quite stop there. The bottom line for me is it is about, is this our value? Is this something that we believe in? Is this something that we want to simply add two sentences into the charter that says we will have this position? We can talk about its job description. We can work out the day-to-day things that they do, which we already have all of that, but it can be adjusted. This is literally just saying this is a permanent position in our government. Thanks.
Shauna.
Thank you. I think one thing that I think of whenever I think of this position is the fact that a few years ago we did a large strategic plan, and at the time our communications director went from location to location seeking feedback on what our constituents want from Tompkins County. And it was very loud and clear that one of the things that our constituents value is the fact that we value equity, diversity, and inclusion. And that came through very, very loud and clear. And we've had this position for a few years. We've had 2 different individuals that have served in this role. And the first person was definitely drawn in to reimagine public safety. That was their main task. And the most recent person that served, I think what we're seeing right now is that we probably need to do some work on the job description. And there are people saying that they don't know what the position entails, what the position did, what the metrics are. You know, and I think for all of us, if we don't know what someone does, you can simply pick up the phone. You could ask Ruby what the job description is. You could have a conversation with Corsa. I think any one of us should, if we have an inquiry into what our employees do, any one of our employees would be happy to answer that. Having served on the WDIC, the Workforce Diversity Inclusion Committee this year, it was really eye-opening to see the work that had been done. I think that as a county, if we're truly going to say that we value diversity, this is an inward position that caters to our employees and really provides a sounding board for those that are underrepresented that serve our county. But it also really states for our community to see the importance of the DEI work that we're doing. One thing that came out right whenever Donald Trump was elected was that many organizations were going to cut their DEI person. It was the first budget cut that they took. I know Nike did it. I believe Chick-fil-A did it, which no surprise, but, and some other, Target did it. I mean, there were a lot of large organizations that at one point valued that, and it was the first position that they cut. And at Tompkins County, I always thought that we were better than that. And so I get that times are tough, that we have a lot of things going on, that we're concerned about how to feed people, how to house people, but this is very, very important work. And so I hope that with that in mind, people support this and realize that this is a work in progress. I get it, this position might not have accommodated everyone's wants and needs, but I think we could work on that.
Greg.
Thanks, Dan, and thanks to those that spoke before me. I did, which I don't often do, try to write some things down because I think that this is a topic that deserves a more intentional and thoughtful response than off the cuff, which I often can be. So I'm going to read this. Embedding the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer in the county charter is ultimately about strengthening the way we govern, deliver services, and supporting our staff. It gives this work the stability and continuity it deserves so that equity isn't dependent on who is in office or what the budget looks like in a given year. When the role is part of our charter, every department and every resident can count on a consistent approach rooted in our county's values of equity, integrity, respect, stewardship, and accountability. What we gain by doing this is straightforward: a steady hand guiding our equity, diversity, and inclusion efforts, clear accountability across the organization, and a stronger connection with residents who expect their government to lead with these values every day. It also supports our workforce by helping departments build healthier, more inclusive workplaces aligned with the principles we say matter. What we stand to lose by not doing this is far greater. Without charter protection, years of progress can be rolled back quickly. Momentum can stall, and we put our credibility at risk, both with the public and with our staff. By acting as though equity is optional, when in reality, it's essential to effective government. Failing to include this position in the charter sends the message that this work is discretionary, when we all know it's foundational. There is very little to gain by leaving this role out of the charter, but there's a great deal to lose in terms of trust, stability, and long-term progress. Including the CETO in the charter ensures that our values are not just words on a page, they are embedded in the way Tompkins County serves its community now and in the years ahead. We may not be able to measure every outcome today or predict every challenge tomorrow, but that doesn't make the position less important. It makes it more essential. The CETO ensures the county is equipped, forward-focused, and accountable. The position will evolve over its existence, and that's the point. This work isn't clear-cut always. It can be challenging and messy, uncomfortable at best at times. This further strengthens my opinion on why we need this position to help us navigate what we are currently facing and going to face in years to come. I would encourage all my colleagues to vote in favor of this. We have far more to gain by inclusion than we do by exclusion.
Veronica. I'm sorry, Greg, were you done? Veronica.
Thanks. I did write something. I'll try to not be too long-winded, even though some people said some of it. First, quick history rundown. Tompkins County was founded in 1817. In 1821, voting rights were expanded to white men without property, and I believe also some black men, free black men with large amounts of property. In 1870, African-American men were allowed to vote. In 1917, women here got the right to vote, slightly before countywide. In 1970, the county charter was established for the first time, which we are considering making an umpteenth amendment to. In 2006, the Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee was established, one of the earliest explicitly diversity or inclusion focused initiatives in this county. This was resolution number 227 on December 1st, 2006, to advise on diversity and inclusion in employment and service. In 2014, Tompkins County did the first workplace climate survey. In 2018, the county did the second survey and convened a staff team to process the results, and that team recommended, among other things, creation of a Chief Equity and Diversity Officer position. And in 2020, the first CEDO was hired. In 2023, as Shauna mentioned, we embarked on the process of making a strategic operations plan, again, for the first time. This legislature, accepted grant funds to do this, hired a consultant, participated in many listening and review and analysis sessions, reviewed the draft strategic operations plan, and then in mid-2024, this legislature, adopted that plan. The plan is intended as a 5-year plan, so through 2029, starting last year. There are 5 key areas of focus in that plan, 2 of which are organizational excellence and equitable service delivery. And the CEDO's work is deeply entwined with both objectives, or both focus areas, rather. Each focus area has a bunch of objectives, and the very first objective out of the dozens in the plan is to create a county-wide equity action plan that will provide a shared framework and allow for the review of all policies, practices, and programs to advance equity within organizational operations. I don't know who would possibly lead that effort other than a professional who is focused on that. And in fact, our most recent CEDO did put a lot of work toward that end. The strategic operations plan also includes our diversity statement. We heard it already, but briefly, it says, we affirm repeatedly, Tompkins County government centers diversity, equity, and inclusion. We are committed to the empowerment of employees and residents to dismantle systemic barriers that inhibit inclusive governance and the provision of government services to all. And it includes our values of respect, accountability, integrity, equity, and stewardship. Some people wonder what they mean. They're all defined. I'll read just the equity definition, since it's the word that's also in the CEDO title. We sustain a workplace community that ensures fairness through diversity and inclusion by embracing learning and best practices, eliminating structurally oppressive systems, and building trust, appreciation, a sense of belonging and opportunities for all. These are things that after a long process, we have loudly and firmly committed to as a county. Now, the process that led to the creation of the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer position did also lead to other DEI things. For instance, without a CEDO, we still have WDIC, the Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, which is a group of legislators, staff, and community members, none of whom get paid for that. You could argue the legislators do, which meets monthly and advises on issues of diversity and inclusion. There are no paid staff whose job it is to carry out work that WDIC decides. Without a CEDO, we also still have Team JEDI, JEDI standing for Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, a group of committed county staff from a variety of departments who every month or so step away from their regular paid duties to do DEI-related work, discussions, and enhancements of their own equity involvement in their own work. Without a CEDO, we also still have anti-discrimination laws, local, state, and federal laws, and I'm sure we all, of course, do our best to follow them always, but discrimination comes in so many non-blatant yet very impactful forms. The law itself cannot train us all to follow it, and neither can our legal staff and HR staff, who again are already doing other demanding jobs. What's missing without the CEDO, even with these other things, is any experienced professional in the areas of institutional diversity and equity, and in particular, an experienced professional who has institutionalizing equity as their primary role, not people who are doing it as a volunteer gig based on enthusiasm, but not necessarily expertise. Our last CEDO reported in her work that among current county staff, there is lots of enthusiasm about equity and inclusion, a lot of desire and commitment and approval of the values, but what is, and at all leadership levels, but there's a lack of tools and know-how to implement these things. The CEDO brings the tools and the know-how and the training and the coaching and the listening and the policies to embed this into the way we do things. The CEDO role is how we operationalize our values. So embedding the CEDO in the charter goes hand in hand with the values and strategic plan, and I believe it's necessary to sustain our values and our strategic plan. This legislature's legacy could be that we built something here with the plan that lasts for years to come. I bet we all thought the thing we were building was a center of government, but that is still going on. But it could be the plan as not just paper on a shelf, but something that is supported, that we are orienting the county to implement with the necessary tools and an institutional equity professional such as would fit the job description of the CEDO or anything close to it, because that can be changed. That's necessary to leave that legacy. So I hope we can do that.
Deborah.
Thank you. I have consistently resisted this or voted against it in committee, largely because I felt like it was kind of a last-minute effort on our part, and I was concerned that we were doing a systemic change to county government without taking into account the preferences of our incoming legislative cohort. But we've heard from a significant number of them that they are in favor of this. So that certainly eliminates my opposition to this. I am persuaded to support this primarily because this is the first time in my 8 years on this legislature that we've heard from so many of our staff that they want this. And since the whole point of this was really for them, I would be hard-pressed not to support it. One more thing I want to say apropos of earlier conversations about being concerned about retaliation from the federal government. I think we need to acknowledge and be explicit about the fact that this isn't just about racial equity and racial diversity. This is about gender preference, gender identification, differently abled people, neurodivergence. There's the whole universe of individual differences that diversity and inclusion account for and accommodate, and that's what we want to do for our workforce. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Ann.
Thank you. One example I want to pose, as if there's some folks still on the fence or, considering this and not sure which way that they're going to vote, especially if you're thinking about, having a hard time voting for this. As was mentioned by my colleague, Dr. Pillar, regarding we have lots of laws about doing the right thing, about not being prejudiced, about we had to pass all these laws to allow everybody to vote, all adults to be able to vote. And when all those laws were passed, that didn't just magically make it happen. There was still a lot of people that struggled and pushed against the enforcement of those. So we had to do things to help make sure those laws were followed. So the same thing with public safety. We have a lot of laws in the United States and New York State regarding people's safety, the safety of our property, lots of laws that we have. But we have a legal department, we have a public safety department that helps ensure that people either do the right thing or are held accountable later. So to me, this is very similar. So please think of it in that lens. We can't just go, hey, Tompkins County, everybody just do the right thing. That's just not how it works. They need help to do that and make sure they do that. And as was said, our staff, our community wants us to do this. And so I just want to, I had it right here. Hold on a second. This is a quote which I'm sure everybody can remember. This is, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And this was originally written by Theodore Parker, and Dr. Martin Luther King often used that quote. But one of the things that is often after that quote is we need to do something. So as a society, we need to do something to help it bend towards that. It's not a passive thing. It doesn't just happen. So this is one of those times where we can help it bend towards justice. So please consider that. Thank you.
Travis.
So much has been said by the community, by staff, by those of you that are in the room. Some of you were on the legislature when the vote was taken to create this position. I really applaud your leadership and your vision, but that was only half the work. Creating this position was the first part. Ensuring that the county keeps this position is the big part. And making a part of the charter does that work. So I encourage you, those who started this, to finish it and make it part of your legacy. I won't go into everything else that was said, except for to touch upon what Deb said, and that is all the emails that we got from staff, the staff that came and spoke tonight, the community members. This is a position that directly affects our staff. And I've heard so many of my wonderful colleagues talk about giving the staff the tools that they need to be successful in the work that we do. And this is one of those tools. This is the big hammer. This is the big tool. You need this for so much of the work that we do. Everything that we build, you have to have this tool front and center, whether it's budgets, whether it's staffing, moving departments. Equity, inclusion has to be in the front and center of every decision. So I'm definitely going to support this. And those of you that are on the fence, I encourage you to support it. And those of you who just think you can't do it, take a few seconds and ask yourself, what side of this do you want to fall on? There is only good that comes of this. So that's all I have. And thank you, Amanda.
Rich.
Thank you, Dan. Well, Amanda, you were talking about the Thanksgiving dinner, and here we are. It's dinner time. I am not going to support the resolution, and I'd like to just kind of explain a little bit why. I understand the sentiment of the people in the room, and certainly the many speakers. But one thing for clarity, we're not talking about eliminating the position. In fact, we funded it. We also have funded the Office of Human Rights. We've had people here saying you're taking away funding from there. That's not the case. And I'm comfortable that there is a strong commitment in this county to making our government representative of our community and running a fair government and a welcoming government. You know, you can couch it in other words, but it's there. And it shows up, it's permeating the many programs. In fact, we talked about some of them tonight, College Initiative Upstate, our shelter. But You can see it in our alternatives to incarceration programs, how hard we work to keep people out of our jail and in our community. Our food programs that we support, housing we talked about tonight. We commit a tremendous amount of real money to real programs to help real people that are substantive, that further exactly what we're talking about here tonight. And we also fund the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer. We fund an Office of Human Rights. We fund the Community Justice Center. We have a Human Rights Commission. We have Team Jedi. And we have Workforce Diversity and Inclusion. And I might have forgotten some other efforts we've made. We're committed. I have no doubt about that. I'm not sure that we need the symbolism of putting this into the charter right now. And my concern is we have all those different entities working towards closely related goals, but in an unstructured way. And what we're talking about is sort of setting it in stone, that we put it in the charter, even when we hear all the comments about this is an evolving position. The position has been here a relatively short period of time. We've had two different people in the position. They've taken the role in very different directions. Some of it has been pretty controversial. There have been instances where questions of authority and responsibilities have been unclear. I would like to see those cleared up and to make sure that if this goes forward, you take the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer position and put a structure around it so that the Office of Human Rights, the Human Rights Commission, the Community Justice Center, Team Jedi, and Workforce Diversity and Inclusion work in some coherent manner. We're not there yet, so I will not be voting in favor of this tonight. Thanks.
Mike Lane.
In both the Government Operations and the Budget Personnel Committee, I voted to move this to the legislature because we needed this discussion tonight. And I personally am not going to support it. And the reason I'm not going to support it is because I think, and I've said since even before it was created, that I thought it should be a position in our Human Resources Department. I think that that work can be done from that department. And I realize that it would mean a change in what our commissioner does and how she would have to implement this. Or you can leave it in administration the way it is now. It doesn't have to be put into the charter, but there ought to be some flexibility here. And I just don't feel that we need to make this change of the charter right now. And I've proposed some charter amendments that have failed in the past, but I'm not sorry I did that, and I'm glad Amanda brought this forward because she feels strongly about it. But I think Veronica just gave us a nice history of some of the things that this county's been doing over the years toward diversity, toward equity, toward inclusion. What other county has on its agenda every single legislature meeting a report from the Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, which is not a standing committee and which is not a special committee? It is an advisory board to this legislature, but we feel strongly enough about these issues and our workforce that we want to hear from this committee every time we have a legislative meeting. I don't think we're ignoring any of this.
Randy.
Yeah, I do agree that the job description needs some work for that. I do support funding this position. But I have a question for Maury on charters. So if you put this in the charter, does it just require a majority vote? And if you ever wanted to remove it from the charter, is it the same way?
Yes and yes. Okay. The charter amendment is done by local law and can be changed again by local law.
Okay. I'd like the next legislature to look at our charter overall. I think there's some things that could be fixed up there, I think. It's fun, I've watched the culture. I think culture is really important for an organization, and I've been in some good ones and some bad ones, but I've seen good culture here. I agree with you, Rich. I think there's a really good culture here, and I think it's gotten better since I've been here, but I think it does need attention. When I look at, and I'm reading this, the young lady read the second line of the local law, and we are committed to the empowerment of employees and residents to dismantle systemic barriers and inhibit inclusive governance and the provision of government services to all. Well, I agree with that, but I think this position should be focused on employees. I have an experience with that. So we had an issue being a Native American-owned company. You'd be surprised how many people, especially down south, weren't really friendly with us. And so one of our clients, Coca-Cola, paid for an ombudsman. And so because we were really having some challenges, and that worked. I was surprised after 3 or 4 they weren't reporting, and it was outside of our relationship with Coca-Cola. They were an independent body, and I'm thinking that this person needs to be an independent somehow. And we actually talked to Ruby at the Budget and Capital meeting about this and where this position belongs, and she gave a great answer, by the way. But after listening to the answer to Mike, your point as well, I just don't think it belongs there. I don't think it belongs with human resources. I think it belongs independent. And when I'm looking at the purpose of this role, of this position, I'm not sure I've seen a lot of progress with it. So I agree that it needs to continue to be funded, especially when I look at our employee numbers and I see how few Black and brown people work for the county based on our population, including Asian. I think our Asian workforce is 2% of 10% population. So I look at those things. That's important, I think. And to me, I want to see diversity. I want to see these people come here and succeed and carry on and be mentored and all the money we invest in them, that they thrive. And I don't know if I've seen enough of that. I do support funding this, but at this time, I'm not going to support this. So.
I'm going to take a turn. I did write something, but before I read what I wrote, I just want to respond to what people said about employees, or employees are asking for this. I think we had maybe 5 employees speak to us. That's not a mandate to me. And we know, legislators, that we have a bunch of employees that do not like what's happened with this program. We've gotten our emails about that. I'm going to read something that I wrote. I'm sorry, what?
I don't think we've gotten those emails.
Yeah. They were confidential emails. I can't, say what they are. We all got them. There was.
No, we did not. No, maybe you did.
There was a real dispute recently in this program, and a whole bunch of emails went back and forth between employees. Okay, I can't, it's confidential, so I can't talk about it more than that. I'll talk about it with you individually, anyone that wants to. I also wrote something, and it starts with the same quote that Ann used. I believe that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. I believe that the principles espoused by what is called DEI are generally ones that I agree with. However, I am not convinced that what we have been doing under the heading DEI is necessarily the way to achieve those principles or to help the arc of the moral universe bend towards justice. The President has taken the stance that anywhere the term DEI appears, it must be eliminated, and I do not agree with that stance. However, I feel that some people here have taken the opposite position. Anytime the term DEI appears, it is sacred and should not be examined or questioned or discussed, and I do not support that stance either. 20 years from now, will these conversations we are having about DEI seem like the necessary steps towards a more just society? Or will they seem like an outdated idea that gradually faded away as it became clear that it was not the right approach to solving the very real problem of injustice in society? None of us are wise enough to know the answer to that question. For me, I do not see any evidence that our Chief Equity and Diversity Officer position has improved any measure of diversity, equity, or inclusion in our organization. And because I don't believe that placing the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer position in the county charter will make county government more diverse, equitable, or inclusive, I will be voting against it. Any more discussion? Ann?
A little bit of this was said, but there is more scrutiny over this position than any position that I have seen in my 8 years, and it is really upsetting to me. I don't know how else to describe it, except it's a prejudice in itself, and we need to take a hard look at the scrutiny that we are putting on this person in this position. It's a chicken and an egg thing. You could say, well, we want to make sure this person does a really stellar job and really makes, shows what they're worth or you need to commit and say, this person, this position is important, and we are going to make it part of our administration that is going to be part of how we run the county. We do not do that with any other position. We have not had this much scrutiny at all kinds of meetings for years. And when we talk about, and I won't speak for my fellow employees, or my fellow legislators, but I will say what most of us are talking about when employees are wanting this is going back we have a history that we know of at least 20 years, and probably longer, but at least 20 years that I have talked to legislators and staff that have been here that long, that employees have been coming to them and requesting that we do something, that there are things that are going on. I won't say them here. We have heard horrendous stories. We've heard slights. We've heard all kinds of things. And if you're not hearing them, this is what I tell my fellow legislators, if people aren't coming to you and telling you these stories, well, I'll just say they're coming to me because they trust me. They're coming to other people here because they trust them, that they will believe them and they will do something about it. And now is the time for us to believe them. I'm telling you, if you don't know, believe me. Just like we have always said, if someone is in there doing the work, your fellow legislators are in there doing the work, and they are seeing the difference that these things are making, believe them. If not, come to those committee meetings and come and help us do that work. And people are not doing it, but yet they're against this. So you don't know because you're not coming in there and doing it. I'm not speaking to you specifically, Dan. I'm looking at you because you're the chair. But I am really upset. I'm speaking to us, and I'm speaking to our employees. And I'm sorry because it's looking like this is not going to pass. And this is really disheartening, and it's going to be hard for me to sit here after that if we can't just do this. It's a really simple thing.
Greg.
Yeah, I've got a couple of comments. First, a little disappointed, actually a lot disappointed. We have a special traffic operations program, driving while intoxicated, stop DWI coordinator in our charter. Right, a stop DWI coordinator in our charter, but we can't have a chief equity and diversity officer in our charter. We have a county historian, a position we give a stipend of like $10,000 to and a pat on the back as an honor to be recognized because they care about preserving history in our charter. This is something that's doing work that needs to be done. I sit here as a white man, as a gay man, and I choose to be on the right side of this conversation. I don't typically like when stones get thrown across the table or across the aisle or wherever the stones are being thrown at towards other white men. But it's going to be really interesting if I think the vote's going to fall the way that it falls. how it falls. And as a white man, I sit here realizing that I don't have the full experience that others may have. I don't have the same perspective, but I can tell you the CEDO position has challenged me and the way that I think and approach the work that I do. I know that it's challenged others, and that's the point. And to put this in our charter, and yes, no, 5 people is not a majority, is not an overwhelming declaration of what county employees are asking for. But the fact is that we sit here week after week, and I don't think I've ever seen that many employees come out. That to me means that this has agitated something, and this is actually a good thing that we should be doing for our employees. As allies in a process where it may not impact us the same way that it impacts others, we have an obligation to stand up for people who historically have not had the same position, privilege, or voice that we have. So even though you may not get it, you may not get what it does, you may not get what the point is, there are people who are doing this work, who are living this experience, who are struggling because of the systems that have been created over decades within our county, and we're asking for a position to just be codified in a way that supports that work on an ongoing basis and allows it to evolve in the way that it does. We have a county energy coordinator position in our charter that serves at the discretion of the county legislature, right? We haven't filled that in a long time, but we've got energy and history and DWIs, but we can't have diversity, equity, and inclusion in our charter. We live in Tompkins County, folks. We live in Ithaca, right? People come here because of our richness of diversity, our inclusive spirit. Even in our most rural parts of our community, people understand the importance of equity and inclusion and diversity because Tompkins County is an incredibly special place. So I look to my other colleagues and I plead with you. We're counting votes over here. It looks like there's 7. We need 8. I would ask one of you, just one of you who has said no, to be brave enough to say, you know what, I don't get it, I don't understand it, it doesn't make sense to me, but it's important to other people. And that's what we have to represent around this table. Not what our personal belief is at times, but what's important to other people. This is important. I beg you, I beg you, beg you, beg you, please make the right decision, at least one of you, so that I'm not the only white guy standing on the right side of this vote.
Shauna.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. 30 years ago, I moved here because I met my wife on the internet, and it was the single place that I knew I could come in the United States and hold my wife's hand without getting criticized, without getting hurt. A few years later, I knew it was the only place I wanted to have kids. I couldn't move anywhere else in the U.S. and feel like I was safe here. Annie, whenever you said this is the only position that has been criticized, you're absolutely right, 100%. If we don't know what our employees are doing, or if we have concerns about their job performance or whatever, I find it shocking that, as chair, that you've never brought that forward, and that we've never had an evaluation or a real conversation about that. Because typically, if we have employees that aren't performing or we have problems with positions, we have that conversation and we figure something else out. We all voted to fund this position in this year's budget. All of us did. Or maybe not. I don't know, Mike, did you? No, well, and maybe Lee. Well, most of us did. But I mean, so to some extent, it was a priority. That's how we set our priorities, is we give money to them, we fund them. I mean, I honestly don't understand at this point how, if the chair of the legislature is saying I haven't seen anything from this position since it started, we have 25 people applying for this job. If I was looking at this job and I said, damn, why would I come to Tompkins County? They don't want me here. I mean, what are we doing here, people? I mean, if we're not even willing to, literally, it's write 3 words in a charter that, let's be honest, who's actually looked at the charter? Okay, half of us, maybe. I mean, I don't understand why people are so hell-bent on not adding 3 words that provide protection for this position. I mean, it's absolutely shocking to me, because it does mean a lot to many of us who have our rights threatened right now.
Deborah.
Yeah, so what the actual language in the charter would be is as follows. There shall be a chief diversity and equity officer, which is a plain error because it should be an equity and diversity officer, who shall be appointed by the Tompkins County Administrator, subject to confirmation by the Tompkins County Legislature, who shall be directly responsible to the County Administrator for the implementation of policies established by the Tompkins County Legislature. So it would be up to us what this person would do and how they would do it. I have a lot of trouble understanding why, if we supported funding this position, if we support JEDI, if we support WDIC, if we support College Initiative Upstate, all the things that we support, all of a sudden we're clutching our pearls about writing this into our charter. It doesn't make any sense to me. And for those of you who are questioning, what has this position done? What have they accomplished? And pointing to the fact that our demographics don't necessarily match up with our population and it hasn't happened fast enough, I want to remind you that we didn't approve the creation of this position until December of 2019. They've only been around for 5 years. We've only had 2 of them. One of them I liked very much. The other one I didn't have much use for. That's not the point. And there might have been a dispute between one of our CEDOs and one of our other highly placed department heads. That's not the point. There's always going to be differences of opinion and differences in the way people do a job. It would be up to us. If we don't think we're getting our money's worth, we need to pay attention and change the job description and make clear what our expectations are to get our money's worth. But that can happen after this position is put in the charter. So I echo Greg's plea. Please, someone, change your mind. I don't understand. I mean, I don't often find myself in my colleagues' camp chastising all the old white guys. But this is not going to look good. If this vote comes down to women and our one man of color and our one gay white guy voting for it and everybody else going, oh no, can't do that. And think about it. Is that what you want? Is that how you want to be viewed? That's all I got.
Amanda.
Thanks. Thanks to everybody for all the things that you've said. One thing that I learned from our most recent equity and diversity officer was, even if you don't think you're going to win something, put it out there and get people to go on record. So for all the money we paid that position for the past couple of years, it's worth it for me, for this moment right here, where you all have to decide, how do I believe in this? Do I believe in codifying equity and diversity, or do I not? I mean, that's simply what it is. I've learned a lot from her, actually. And I tried to write some notes, but I can't really read my writing. You know, one of the things that we did when some of us participated in the strategic plan process was right when our second CEDO came in, and she jumped into it and got involved in that process. And she gave us this workbook. It was Healing Racial, I don't remember what it was called, but, and it kind of took everybody off guard, and we worked on that a little bit, and it brought up these interesting questions, and we had a little time at the beginning of each meeting where we kind of like had to like share our own like feelings, and it was a little bit, it was hard. And as mostly primarily white people with a Black person, she was very open and let us speak and listen to us and said, oh, okay, it's okay. It's okay if you're only where you are. It's okay if you had this kind of bad experience. And that was valuable to me. And that's not something you can measure, but, I mean, maybe you can, but I think of myself as a pretty progressive, like, ally person, but I have so much to learn about other people's experiences. I don't know what it's like to be a gay person. I don't know what it's like to be a man. I don't know what it's like to be a person of color. I don't know what it's like to live my life with a disability. I don't know what it's like to face ageism, which many older people do.
Yes.
So I learned a lot from her. Thank you, Greg, for all the things you said. It made me think of something else that I've thought about over time, is that, well, I'll start with what one of my colleagues at this table said when I talked to him on the phone about this. He said, it's not really my problem to deal with. And it was a white man who said that. I just want to remind you all that men can stop rape. It's not women's job to stop rape. White people can stop racism. It is not Black people's issue to stop racism. Those of us with able bodies, it is up to us to stop disability discrimination, whatever you want to call it.
Ableism.
Ableism, thank you.
Don't forget misogyny.
It is not up to women to stop misogyny. Men have to stop misogyny. So you may not feel like this is important, or maybe you feel like it's important, but we don't have to make it more important. I really appreciate what everyone else has said, and I would just, I guess, echo Greg's plea, is like, not as a judgment, not as a, you're doing the wrong thing, but like, just maybe acknowledge that there's a lot for all of us to learn. And having this position will help everyone in our county learn more.
Mike Lane.
I just wanted to respond a little bit to Greg. Greg, those positions like the veterans officer, like the county historian, like the DWI are all state mandated positions that we have here. And I just want to say to the group, I don't like what I'm hearing about this debate degenerating into subtle accusations of bias. And I don't think that's the case. I think we're better than that.
Travis.
Numbers.
Well, I'm not shocked or surprised. I'm highly disappointed. Sometimes it is what it is. When you look at who's a no vote and you look at who's a yes vote, you can make your own assumptions. I could care less what anybody thinks about it. It is what it is. It's telling. So I'm looking forward to a new legislature, so we can take this up in the spring, early winter, with some folks that just see the world a little different. It's just really unfortunate that when Amanda and I, Veronica and a few others started talking about this, we knew that it probably wouldn't pass. We knew probably wouldn't vote for it. And it just bared itself out. And so people could they're on the record. They've said what they've said. They're going to vote the way they're going to vote. And it is what it is. But you don't have to like the tone of the room. It is what it is. Look at the numbers. Look at who said they would support it. Look at who's changed their mind to come around to support it. And look at who's not supporting it. I don't care what you call it. It is what it is. And that's the end of it.
Ann?
Just real quick, I wanted to, just off of what Travis said, I wanted to thank my colleague Deborah Dawson for coming around on this, because I know you thought, I don't know if you were going to vote against it a while ago, but I just want to know, I've just seen you really take a look at this, think about it, and possibly have some conversation. I don't know what has happened, but I've just seen you for this and for other issues.
It's
just really
because of the support that it got from our incoming legislators and our staff. Our staff persuaded me, and there were more than 5 of them. There were 3 tonight, but we got many emails.
Yeah, and so I appreciate you looking at something, and I hope just one more of my colleagues thinks about that, and you can always change your mind, and I pride ourselves in when we get feedback and when we think about things, being able to change our mind. So I hope one person does who has spoken about voting against it, and just one vote. We need one person. So I hope somebody has changed your mind. Thank you.
Veronica.
Big thank you to all my colleagues who have spoken in support of this. An extra thank you to Amanda for bringing it forward and being decisive and clear and totally process aligned about it. I just want to address one thing I've heard some people say is citing things like WDIC and Team Jedi and other stuff as evidence that we are committed to diversity and inclusion, and that is true. However, please also note that WDIC, I think I can speak for the committee as a whole, wanted the CEDO position in the charter. In fact, wrote a whole letter to that effect. Team Jedi definitely cannot speak for it a whole, but several members of Team Jedi wanted the CEDO in the charter and are clearly advocating for it. So if it is great to value both those groups, but I do question, they're both supposed to be advising this county on how to do things, and if you ain't listening to their advice, think about that.
Randy.
When I think about this position, I think it's important to fund it. And I've always considered, I guess I'm white. I've always thought I was a mutt, and I have a little more Native American blood than Senator Warren. And that's probably the most proud piece I have, frankly. And that's why it's influenced me. And I look about priorities. I know this is a big priority for a lot of people. And it's important. It's absolutely important. And I think it's important what our employees are telling us. I haven't seen some of these emails we were talking about, so apologize for that if I missed them. And I think Team Jedi, I know what it is, and I could learn more about Team Jedi because frankly, I don't know enough about it. But seeing 22 departments involved is impressive to me. And I'd like to know more what they're doing and what their priorities are and what the benefits are of what they're doing versus just, and maybe they've done a lot of good things. I'm just not familiar with them. And I'm sure just the discussion alone was valuable. Charlene Holmes did a couple anti-bias trainings, and I really enjoyed those. And I learned some stuff, and I was pretty open to stating what my biases were because I thought that's what we were supposed to do. And people, I think it was Ann said, Randy, you can't say that. And Charlene goes, no, he needs to say that, right? So that was enlightening for me. I'm going to change my vote. So I think it's going to happen anyways next year, as Travis said. And as Maury said, if 8 more legislatures want to bring it back up and take it out of it, I do think we need to go through the whole charter and clean it all up, without a doubt. But I am going to change my vote.
2027.
Thank you, Randy.
Good job, Randy.
That's when it happens.
Okay, any more discussion?
Just real quickly, I can't remember, Katrina will know, but in a couple of years, there's a full charter review.
2027.
2027, so you can lead that charter review committee, Randy.
No, run, Randy, you don't want to do that. I watched the last one.
Not on my list.
Charter down, Randy Brown.
Downtown Randy Brown.
Okay, we ready for a vote?
Roll call vote, please.
All votes tonight are roll call.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
No.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Dan Nolan has been excused from the meeting, Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
No.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
No.
Dan Klein.
No.
Vote is 8-7.
8-7, the motion passes. Uh, 8-5 isn't the number yet.
Sorry, yes.
Yes, 8-5, it's still passed. Okay, we need to go to Resolution G next. This is from, I'm sorry, which committee is, that is Facilities and Infrastructure Committee.
Resolution G, authorizing acceptance of Federal Transit Administration fiscal year 2025 triennial review final report, ID number 13721. So moved.
Is there a second? Shauna seconds.
Frank Doldo is here with us. If there are specific questions, I think Randy had this pulled.
Randy.
Yeah, thanks for staying, Frank, for that. We discussed this at the Facilities and Infrastructure meeting. I want the public to know that a lot of work's gone into this triennial review, and overall it was a good review. It's improved over time. This is really important. I think it's important for new legislatures to read this because it talks about, the report's a good report. It talks about everything related to TCAT and GAT about and how things are working, where the issues are, and there's a lot of certification and all those things that need to happen. There's a list of them. But one thing that did come up is that there was one item that it was repetitive, and it had to do with our purchasing policy. And I wonder if you could just talk to that quickly.
So previous to 2023, there was an issue, a deficiency in procurement. It was closed, but these new reviewers came in and said that it still wasn't corrected. So what I did was, I worked through all the items that they wanted corrected, and I did a better job informing administration, which I didn't do when I started, about the procurement. So I'm working very closely with admin now, and we have a plan. We're going to submit it to the FTA. Once the FTA approves it, then one department will bring it back to you all to approve through resolution the update to the procurement policy. and then I'll submit that resolution, and it'll be closed, and we'll be good for another 3 years until another reviewer comes in and finds something different that they need to find. So it's the way the triennial review works. But yeah, it was a great all-around team effort with TCAT and Gadabout. It was great. They both got 0 deficiencies. So we all worked together, and it produced a good result. I was hoping to get less than 5, but we got 7.
Deborah.
Frank, you're altogether too modest.
What's that?
You're altogether too modest. The triennial review, the last one before this one, was a disaster, in large part because of deficiencies on TCAT and Gadabout's parts. And Frank came in after the fact and helped them clean that up and helped them prepare for this most recent triennial review. And I think the main reason that there are deficiencies at all against the county is because we're the grant recipient, and because of the strange nature of TCAT's organization, they're just a subrecipient. But since we're the grant recipient, we as a whole are supposed to comply with the FTA requirements, which is not something I think we ever really thought we had to do, because it's such a small piece of everything that the county does. But you'll get it straightened out. But I think everybody should realize that Frank and his people have done so much to get Gadabout and TCAT to where they are, not in trouble with the FTA. So thank you, Frank.
Thank you. Again, TCAT staff and Gadabout staff have been phenomenal working together. We have our bumps, but everything's working well, but thank you.
Yeah, I would agree. There's been a lot of improvement, and I really appreciate it. Yep.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Resolution G. Ready for a vote then?
Ann Corman.
Yes. Would you like me to do my report for peak? Or no? We're voting.
Stand by.
Oh, sorry.
Stand by.
Distracted. Oh, we're still on that.
Yes.
I would vote yes.
Mike Lane.
Do I
Yes.
lose my trophy?
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
13 ayes.
13-0, the motion carries. Frank, thank you for sticking around. Okay, we're going to go back to the regular order now. We are at the top of...
Would you like me to give the peak report?
Not quite
Or
yet.
no?
Not quite yet.
Oh.
Actually, sorry, yes, that is where we're up to. I just had to catch up to where we were. Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Thank you. It makes more sense if you ask than Katrina, so okay.
It's all good.
Thank you. So we have not met, our committee has not met since the last legislature meeting. We are meeting coming up this next Monday, December 8th at 1 p.m. here at these chambers. And we have a couple of interesting items. We have a update from Recycling Materials Management regarding the Bring Your Own Bag campaign now. So please come and listen to that. What that is about is we learned, or they learned, that they could spend some of the money that we're getting when we're getting part of that 5 cents. When you go to the grocery store and you don't have your own bag, you pay 5 cents and they'll give you a bag. Part of that money comes back to the county, and we learned that we could not just use it for bags, reusable bags, but we can use it for education and other programs to help people to remember to bring their own bags or to get them where they need to go. So we're going to hear our first update on that. And we're also going to have updates from the Soil and Water Conservation District Board of Directors and the Agricultural and Farmland Protection Board. And just one thing I wanted to note in the energy arena, I got my NYSEG bill somewhere here, but occasionally or periodically, NYSEG will give you a breakdown of where your energy comes from. And this one that they just came in with my bill, they said it's from the data that they have is from calendar year 2023. And because I thought this was enlightening, because I know sometimes people have said, oh, we have a really robust amount of renewable energy on our grid here locally. And according to NYSEG, at best, there's about 15% renewable energy in the electricity they provide. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I could make a copy for anybody that's interested. We've looked before. It's really hard to find the information at any time, but occasionally NYSEG will give us that. And that's it.
Questions or comments for Ann? Okay, thank you. Next up, Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. The Public Safety Committee met last week, Tuesday, and we had an interesting discussion about the process for getting people signed up for DSS services while they're in jail that I think raised more questions than it answered. But there was some stuff to follow up on, but I think there were some good ideas that came out of that. We have a rescheduled meeting coming up next week. Because of end of year, we moved public safety to December 9th at 1 o'clock. And the only other thing I'd mention are our jail numbers, 51 in the jail with 2 board outs. Happy to try to answer any questions.
Questions or comments for Rich? Okay, thank you. Next up, Tompkins Intergovernmental Relations Committee, Shauna Black, Chair.
We did not meet this month, and we are finished for the year.
Questions or comments for the Tiger Committee? Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Veronica Pillar, Chair.
Thank you. We last met last Monday, November 24th, and the main thing that happened there was we advanced the 2 recipients of this year's Leslyn McBean Claiborne Strength in Diversity Award. So look for that and a presentation to come to the full next legislature meeting. And for the sake of time, ask me about them sometime before 9:30 p.m. We are next meeting December 18th, which is a Thursday at 3 p.m. here in Chambers. And we will be hearing about equity indicators from the HR department and from county administration. So it should be a good time, even if you have party plans later that night.
Questions or comments for Veronica? Okay, thank you. Next up, Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Mike Lane, Chair.
Yeah, we haven't had a meeting since our last legislature meeting. We will meet again on Thursday, December 11th. Don't have anything else to report, but I do have a resolution.
Please go ahead with the resolution.
Authorization to participate in various contracts led by any government entity of the United States of America. That's ID 13674, and I so move.
Deborah seconds.
Who pulled that, and how can we answer it?
I did. So I have a couple questions. So this is the big funding one. I have a question about the courthouse. We're spending $2.5 million, right, on repairs?
No, that's...
I'm looking at number A.
I thought it was resolution A you had been pulled.
Yeah, you pulled A.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that the wrong one? Too late.
You want me to move a different one?
I think maybe Dan Nolan pulled it.
Huh?
And maybe that's not the one I pulled.
Is that right?
Well, we'll never know because he's gone.
Okay, so do you have any questions for Resolution A? We can discuss your other topic after we vote.
Yeah, that'd be
that's further down, or that's in facilities, rather.
Yeah, let's vote.
Okay, ready to vote on Resolution A?
Yeah.
Roll call, please.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
13 ayes.
Okay, that 13-0, the motion carries. Any other questions or comments for the Budget Committee? Mike Sigler, have you identified which resolution you're
Yeah,
questioning?
it's Resolution M.
M.
So we'll get to it.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, Community Recovery Fund Advisory Committee, no report. Downtown Facilities Special Committee, Randy Brown, Chair. Downtown Randy Brown.
We're not meeting in December, but there is a meeting Monday here in Chambers about the center of building with Holt Architects. I think it's at 6 o'clock.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's public meeting.
Yep.
Or-
Just an informational meeting for the public, and if you want to come to that, that's where.
Ann?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. I was in the organizational meeting the other day for the meeting on the 8th at 6 o'clock. So they're going to be talking about the designs so far, and there's going to be a part where people can give feedback right then. And they're also going to provide something electronic, or working with Monica, so that people can continue to give input and feedback.
It is my question.
The meeting's here in Chambers, by the way. Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's along those lines.
Okay, anything else for Downtown Facilities Special Committee? Okay, thank you, Randy. Next up, Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Lee Shirtliff, Chair.
Facilities and Infrastructure met on November 20th. A couple of areas of topics discussed included requirements for glazier work on the county projects, as well as a look at the 5-year long-range plan for the capital plan. And those conversations are going to continue at our next meeting, which will be this Thursday at 9 o'clock here in the chambers. And we've moved F&I up by 2 weeks to be able to do whatever business we need to do before the year's end. So we've got a number of resolutions that are on the agenda tonight. These also went through budget and capital prior to F&I. And unless there's any questions, I'll go down the list.
Any questions for the committee? All right, Lee, go for it.
Resolution L, recommendation for appointment to Tompkins Consolidated Area Transit Board of Directors, ID number 13670. So moved.
Is there a second?
And this would be for appointment
Veronica
of
seconds.
Deborah Dawson to the position.
Veronica, second. Yep, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, let's have a vote then.
Ann Corman,
Did you want me to give the peak? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Sure.
Deborah Dawson,
Maybe.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
13 ayes.
13-0. The motion carries. Thank you for your service, Deborah. That is not an easy job.
You're welcome.
Lee, back to you.
The next 5 resolutions are bond resolutions authoring issuance of serial bonds, and we've had extensive discussion at both committees, and county administration and Darrell Tuttle, I'll call upon you if we have questions on these individually to answer those, if you would. Resolution M, a bond resolution authorizing issuance of up to $18,050,000 serial bonds and notes of the County of Tompkins, New York, to pay a portion of the cost of various capital improvements projects at various county facilities. ID number 13700. So moved.
Greg seconds. That was a second, right, Greg?
Yeah, put me on the list too, please.
Oh, did you not want a second?
I'll second. That's
Okay.
fine. Yeah.
Very good. Discussion. Greg.
Yeah, one of the things that was helpful at F&I, which I learned from bond counsel, who was present, was that the timing of these are very much prescribed and procedural, and that's why they come when they do. It doesn't mean that we are going to spend all of these. It doesn't mean that every project's going to go through. It doesn't mean that everything's going to be bonded for this year, but it gives our director of finance and bond counsel the ability to look at a number of different options and packages and how it all kind of fits together, and then ultimately come back to the legislature at some point to talk about which direction that they would go. So at first I was a little apprehensive and kind of shocked at the amount and some of these, and we had a good discussion. But really this is just, even though some of the language is pretty prescriptive, it is really just sort of the first of many steps. And this is a format in which we have to go through to meet the requirements to even start exploring those options. So these are big and should be given lots of consideration, but are relatively procedural at this point.
Randy.
Yeah, we did talk a lot about this at facility infrastructure, and this was all generated, this particular one, when the facilities department in finance and administration looked at all the buildings we do have and the repairs that they were going to need, capital repairs over the next 5 years. And so that's where this number of 18,050,000 came from. Actually, it was ended up being, I think, a little less than 17 million, but they built in some funding for inflation or whatever. But and we had a lot of discussion about this with Daryl. And I think we'll have more discussion about this on Thursday. And so for me, it's we quickly put together all those expenses that we anticipate for these buildings over the next 5 years, and then we came up with this number. So and it's fine, because for planning purposes, we've talked about this, we need this information, because we need to understand how this is going to affect our tax levy down the road, and it's going to affect it quite a bit. So I realize it's procedural, but before you do this, I would like to see a budget capital, or I want to see your actual plan for when you're going to borrow this money. Is it going to be a ban? Is it going to be a bond? Is it 10 years? I want to see that information laid out on a spreadsheet. I like it in Excel because I can monkey with it, frankly. I don't like PDFs because I got to stick with your numbers, and frankly, I like to check your numbers. So if you would do that, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Mike Lane, did you have your hand up?
I did not.
Did not. Okay, Mike Sigler, is this the one you wanted to ask about?
This is M?
Yes.
My big question was about the courthouse. And Deborah showed me I get the responsibilities, like that we're responsible for it. My question is more, does the state pay us to use that? I mean, we own the building. Are they a tenant of ours?
Yes, so they pay us rent for the space that they occupy and for also reimbursement part of every major project that we do on the courthouse.
Okay, so just two questions. Well, that was my question.
How much do they pay us?
I don't have the exact amount here.
Not enough.
Yeah, I believe a few weeks ago I did sign the agreement for reimbursement for the work that facility does, like maintenance, repair, and few things, which was a couple of hundreds of thousands of dollars. So when there's a major work, they pay a significant portion of that. And because we still occupy the space for the DA and also
the clerk,
they pay proportional based on the space that they use. But when finally they vacate the space, they'll be responsible for the full cost of maintenance and also repair and everything else of that building.
Okay, and I get that. But like $2.5 million, what percentage of that, just about, I don't need a real number, what about are they paying out of that?
Just to make sure I give you the correct number, as indicated, this is more of a logistical, but I will be providing you those numbers in the next meeting.
Well, I mean, if it's true, I mean, if what Randy's saying, I mean, it would have to be pretty significant, I would think. And our rent on that, I would think would be, I mean, Randy's saying it's not a lot. Why wouldn't we renegotiate that when we move out, for example? That seems to be like a really good time for us to renegotiate that.
Yes.
And I would hope that we would negotiate it high. I mean, it's downtown Ithaca, prime property. I mean,
I believe that the proportion that they usually pay are codified in law and practice, and most of the time these are not really negotiated, but we'll give you the right information and details of it. But they have a laid out formula that they use to reimburse the county for any of those expenses.
okay. Thank you.
Mike Lane.
Mike, and I think it was the early 1980s, before that, the state did not have the court employees. The counties did. And there was a deal made long before I was here with all the statewide, so that the state would take over the payroll of all the state courts. And the counties would agree to maintain the facilities for them. And that's why we own the courthouse, but they're our tenants. But because they are continue to pay the cost of the employees, I don't think we can renegotiate that.
Ann.
I'm just thinking of, as over time, we have, or they have used more and more of the space at the courthouse and are going to be using more of it, or all of it, after we finish the center of government and have the DA and the clerk move out. So I'm hoping there's opportunity for them to, to pay as much as they can, or as much as we can negotiate, so it's more fair. Thank you.
Greg.
As much as I love this discussion, I would love to bring it back to the resolution at hand, which is the issuance of bonds. And I would ask county administration, if no objection from my colleagues, maybe at the next F&I meeting, we could maybe get an update on sort of how the court system works within the county, so that we don't have to sort of exhaust time here.
Next meeting in January, not
yes, sure.
This Thursday. Thank you for that clarification.
Any further discussion? Resolution M. Darrell.
I just want to add a little bit. Just to reiterate, the totals on here are the maximum cost of the project. And some of the cases throughout the different resolutions, it's not even part of what we even anticipate borrowing for. It's just the maximum cost of the project itself. And yes, these figures do differ a little from what provided by Rel, because I was advised to add a little more extra for inflation, because if it goes over, then we have to go back to resolution. I did mention this in F&I. Due to the time constraints, historically, the finance director has not come back with the information of what is planned to borrow. But I said that I have no issues against that. Would this be, what is the preference? Would email be okay, or would I have to go to a committee or whatnot? Because once this happens, it becomes a very tight deadline of what happens.
I would think email would be fine. If a legislator feels like it needs more action, they can take action to make.
Okay, that
bring it
sounds
to
great.
committee or whatever.
Yeah, remind me, Gerald, when did you need your approval by? Was it early January, maybe? You need 6 weeks, right?
I thought this was the approval.
This is the approval. I think the drop dead date of approving it of these resolutions, which just give me the authority, do not mean I'm borrowing, is like December 30th, but it cuts it really close. Per finance law, there's amount of time that the publication I have to put out for these resolutions must sit out there. I believe it's around 20 days, but don't quote me on that. I probably should have bond counsel come to this as well. And then after that, we have a ban that's due on February 13th. or February 13th of 2026. So a lot of this has to happen before that in order to make sure that we have the payment to pay that at that time or before, in order not to default.
Did you want to jump in?
We also have to publish these once they're adopted in the designated newspaper. And there's a 20-day period for review after publishing. And I do believe that all needs to be done by December 31st. So that's why they're on the agenda for tonight.
In an official newspaper.
Designated, yes.
We have one?
Yeah, I wasn't questioning.
We
whether
do
they're-
from last year, or from a year ago when you adopted it for 2025.
I wasn't questioning that we're going to approve these. I assume we're going to approve all these. But I'd just like to know, before you actually borrow the money, what the plan is.
And if it's sufficient, I think I'll do it via email.
Okay, great.
Just due to the holidays and everything.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mike Sigler.
I just want to point out one other bond, just because we're in this, and I'll be quick. The $3.4 million for the Tompkins County Public Library, it's needed, obviously, I've been there. It needs to be done. I just want to point it out because there are some municipalities that suggest we do not spend enough in their communities, and $3.4 million is quite a bit of money for a library that is supposed to serve the whole county. And I just want that remembered too when we come for, what is it, $15K for the rural libraries per library. I would like that to be remembered, that, we spend a significant amount of money on our Tompkins County Public Library. Thanks.
Randy.
I just want to clarify that we did get a complete sheet of all this project stuff, and the library is $2.6 million in 2030 for the roof. So that's a point. That's my point on the timing of this borrowing.
Gotcha.
So just to.
Okay, we ready to vote? Resolution M?
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 13-0, the motion carries. Resolution N.
Resolution N, a bond resolution authorizing the issuance of up to $1,950,000 serial bonds and notes of the County of Tompkins, New York, to acquire certain motor vehicles. ID number 13699. So moved.
Randy seconds. Any discussion?
Was discussed extensively, the program moving forward during the budget process, and we will remember some of those numbers, but this gives Darrell some flexibility on how to move forward with those plans.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Ready for a vote? Resolution N.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
We debated this a lot during the budget, I thought, about bonding for vehicles, and now it seems like it's just kind of here, and we're like, oh, we're already doing it. Why did we have that big debate during budget if we were kind of already going to do this? Sorry to put you on the spot, but.
Norma would like to address that.
So during the budget process, we had a couple of legislators who asked us to investigate that.
Okay.
And so we've done that. And again, this is an authorization to bond, not a definite that we would bond for those. So right now, we're looking into, is there really a cost benefit to the county to actually go out and bond? And we will bring that back to the F&I committee and talk about that once we've done some more review of that. But this is just to authorize us to go out and bond for motor vehicles, but there's not, and it was based on requests, I think, well, he's not here, Dan, I think, asked,
right.
and there was a couple of legislators who asked us to look into that.
So is it a policy change, or is it?
It is not something that, at least since I've been here, it's not been that long, that we've done previously, but because we had so many vehicles, because there was it's a $1.9 million request, we were asked to go out and look at it because you could utilize the funding that was approved in the budget maybe be able to buy more. The big question, though, is when you're talking about cars, it's a very short period of time we can borrow funds. And so in the long run, will it really benefit us, or is it really going to cost the county more? That's what Daryl has been working on with the bond council to find out whether this is really the best use of the county funds. But at least this gives us the authorization to move forward if it ends up being something that the legislature wants us to do.
Okay, so we would still have to approve the bonding.
Well, no, but we will you wouldn't have to, but we would bring this back for conversation if it was something that we thought was worthwhile. We won't be bonding for it unless we brought it back.
But the ability to set a payment plan or what have you is pretty tight. And if this is something where there's a financial benefit to the county to move ahead by bonding rather than expending the money as appropriated, this fits within the period of time that the comptroller has to work with the next series of bonds.
And it's within his purview to do so. It's either a bond or a ban, but yeah.
Correct.
The point just to clarify, that's not really a point, but to clarify, this resolution has a life of how long? The authorization is good for?
I want to say 10 years.
So you could, in essence, not meet this bond deadline, but could explore the option of bonding for up to this amount and bring back to us other options, or is every year there need to be a reauthorization?
No, this lasts for 10 years. What we try to do to minimize the overall cost of borrowing, we do try to keep it to once per year, and we can look at that later to see if we're to the point where it doesn't make sense to concentrate it in once per year. But that, hence the kind of the crunch and the timeline. And maybe I can add some information as well. So the amount may look large, but that's actually includes the vehicles from 26 and 27. Just to kind of open toolbox or the window of looking at what's best to do because most of these vehicles do have a resale value. So you wouldn't want to bond right away. So my first thought would be to ban, and it may make more sense to do both years. Now, and this was just out of the interest to see what our options were, because there was a replacement plan to minimize repair and maintenance expenses, and we're just seeing if we can use this and if it'll outweigh that, because there was not enough budget to purchase them to meet that replacement schedule.
Resolution N. Any more discussion? Mike Sigler.
Listen, I'm going to vote for it. I don't know. It's a pretty big policy change. And I don't know. I think that is a pretty big policy change. And I'm willing to do it for vehicles. It was mentioned to doing it for other things too that are kind of disposable. And I wouldn't be for that. I've seen other municipalities do that and it doesn't work out very well. So anyway, but I just want to recognize that, yeah, I mean, we've never done this before. So thank you.
Ann.
Yeah, I'm going to vote against this. I think it's a policy shift where we're looking at bonding things that really have a short shelf life, and it's things that we like to, financially, it's usually better for us to turn over these vehicles after a few years because of what we can buy them at, and because of our being a government entity and the agencies we work with, and then to turn them over and to get a good amount for them in a few years. So for us to be bonding for something that's not going to last very long, if it's a building, if it's a roof, a new roof, I'm okay about that. But I just think it would be better off financially to pay for these outright, going and trying to get back on a schedule of vehicle replacement that is recommended to us. And so we're behind because we didn't allocate enough money the last couple of years to keep up on our schedule. So if this passes, I would just ask people to really look at, are we saving money over the long term? Because you know, you have to, if we're paying interest on these, what, you know, and we wind up often keeping these vehicles not for a long time, I just really don't see it. I mean, I'd have to be convinced later. But, well, I won't be here later. But.
Got Randy, then Rich, then Deborah.
Yeah, I think part of this, and we talked about this a little bit about, you know, cash flow and should we pay cash for these things or should we ban for the vehicles? Especially if you're earning 3% on your money and if you pay 3.5% to borrow, it may not make sense to do that. But I think it's a cash flow thing. And we did actually fund a position in finance so they can start looking closer at these types of issues, so which is important. So I think it's just giving him an option to look at this. And we may, Andy, you might be right. It may not make sense to do this, but and I know that it's on Daryl's radar. So.
Rich.
Yeah, I'll vote in support of the resolution. My understanding of the law is that you can't borrow for a term that's greater than the life of the asset. So I don't see a great risk here that we're going to end up getting rid of vehicles and still carry debt. That it just won't get structured that way. This gives us flexibility, and it sure sounds like it's going to come back to the legislature for further approval if that's the way it goes. So I don't see that there's a real risk in doing this tonight. Thanks.
Deborah.
Yeah, I think we pay finance and our budget people to figure this stuff out, and I want to give them the option to proceed with bonding if that's the decision that makes the most sense at the time, so I will be supporting this.
Greg.
This also helps, and I can't remember if it was this meeting, maybe Rich, you highlighted spreading the costs out over the useful life so that the impact to the taxpayer isn't spiked in 1 year or the other.
The people who get the benefit.
The people who get the benefit, right? So the people who get the benefit by the county vehicles that are being served by those county vehicles, right, is spread out. And so I don't see this as a bad thing. I think that this is actually giving us the ability to analyze what our best financial mechanism is, and we should be supporting this because I think it can help spread the cost over the useful life. It can help a little bit with cash management, with bond anticipation notes, and sort of spreading out some of those costs. And so it's this. I don't see this as a bad thing, and I think we should be open to exploring all options. And the fact that this does include 3 years of planned capital purchases, we may be able to get a better bang for our buck and sort of spread that out over a period of time. So I definitely think we should support this.
Okay, ready to vote? Resolution N.
Ann Corman.
No.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 12 to 1, the motion carries.
Resolution O, a bond resolution authorizing the issuance of up to $3,430,000 serial bonds and notes of the County of Tompkins, New York, to acquire certain machinery and apparatus for construction and maintenance. ID number 13698. So moved.
Andy seconds. Any discussion?
Among the pieces of equipment involved here includes a dirt roller, a seeder, and a guide rail truck for the County Highway Department, and a number of other items, I believe, that are part of their plans moving forward on replacement.
Ready to vote? Resolution O? Nope. Mike Sigler.
I mean, it's same idea as the last one, and now we're getting kind of further down the scale of expense, I would say, but.
Can I just quickly, this is not a change in policy. We've done this before.
We've actually bonded out for
Oh,
stuff?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is not a new change.
When we, without knowing what we were buying?
Yes.
Okay.
But you get a list every year from the Highway Department, so you kind of know it's part of the.
So we do this, and then Highway will come to us with a list, and then we'll approve
You approve the amount.
the expenditure.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Any other discussion? Resolution O. Ready to vote?
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
13-0.
13-0, the motion carries.
Resolution P, a bond resolution authorizing the issuance of up to $2.4 million serial bonds and notes of the County of Tompkins, New York, to pay a portion of the cost of road and highway system reconstruction and improvements at various locations throughout the county. ID number 13697. So moved.
Is there a second? Deborah seconds. Any discussion? Ready to vote on Resolution P?
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 13-0, the motion carries.
And Resolution Q, a bond resolution authorizing the issuance of up to $1,950,000 serial bonds and notes of the County of Tompkins, New York, to pay a portion of the cost of reconstructing Fall Creek Road Bridge located within the county. ID number 13696. So moved.
Mike Lane seconds. Any discussion?
This has been in the planning stages for quite some time and ready to move forward.
Okay. Any further discussion? Resolution Q? Let's have a vote then.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
13-0.
13-0, the motion carries. Any last thoughts for or from the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee?
We'll see everybody Thursday morning.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Me again. Government Operations will be meeting on December 4th. That is 2 days from now at 2 p.m. This will be your last chance to come to the best committee in its current configuration. We're going to have a lot of end-of-year typical stuff, including the report on legislator travel and training funding for the year. We will, the committee will establish next year's meeting dates, but that won't actually be voted on until the first meeting in January. Yeah, and a handful of other fun stuff. And there may be treats. There will be treats, so stop by if you'd like. Wear your best teal. And I think I have one resolution.
Resolution R.
And that is to set the date of the 2026 organizational meeting.
Is there a second? Greg seconds. Any discussion on Resolution R? Okay, let's have a vote then. Resolution R?
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black. Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
13-0.
13-0, the motion carries. Anything further from or for the Government Operations Committee? Okay, thank you. Next up, Health and Human Services Committee, Travis Brooks, Chair.
We last met on the 19th. We'll meet again on December 15th. Frank Krupel came and shared from the Cuba Health Systems on the ARPA funds for the Intensive Crisis Stabilization Unit. Was quite the conversation. Norma sent out a detailed description in an email today, so we won't go into the conversation. You all should definitely read it. OHR Corsa discussed coming up and sending out different pathways forward for OHR. We got an email, I think Monday or last Friday, I don't remember which, about several different options. We'll talk about that on the 15th, and that's pretty much it.
Questions or comments for Travis? Okay, thank you. Next up, Housing and Economic Development Committee, Greg Mezzi, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. We will meet tomorrow, Wednesday, December 3rd at 3 p.m. here in the chambers. We have a very full agenda. I would encourage committee members to look at that in advance, as we'll need to stay crisp and on schedule. We have a resolution to reaffirm the Tompkins County Legislature's encouragement of the passage of a home rule law to expand membership of the Tompkins County Industrial Development Agency. As we know that has stalled in the previous legislative cycle in Albany. I guess they weren't as efficient getting the work done as we are. But we are going to ask for reauthorization of that again. There's a report from our Workforce Development Department. There's an emergency shelter development update and some conceptual design conversation. We're going to be talking about HUD funding. And then there's 2024 housing snapshot and IAED's 2026 annual work plan and report to the committee. So very full agenda, but a lot of good stuff to be discussed. Wear your safety orange if you have it. If not, we'll ask our highway department to maybe send over some vests for us.
We're really doing safety orange?
No.
Absolutely.
No, I'm all out of orange this month.
You have an orange suit?
That's all I got, but I can keep talking if Dan and Katrina need some more time.
No, we're good. Any questions or comments for Greg? Okay, thank you. Individual member filed resolutions, Resolution T. Mike Lane.
Yes, I'd like to move Resolution T, authorizing 2026 payments for Tompkins Cortland Community College operating budget. And if I get a second, I'll explain this one.
Rich seconds.
You may remember that we initially approved the budget as proposed by the college. At the time, Cortland would not agree to a 5% increase, so the college had to cut back its budget because it had to, once it was approved by both counties, had to submit it to the state for approval as well. And that all happened. Well, in the fall, as you remember, Cortland decided, well, maybe they could come up with the 5% after all. And so we talked about this in the EBC and in the budget committee, and we recommended going ahead and offering the other 5%, plus the other money we had for over target requests for the college. And that was all approved as part of our budget. The college needs to have the state approve this. So it needs an amendment to our budget to be able to submit to the state to show that this has happened. They'll be getting the same thing from Cortland. So this is an amendment to our budget with the same money that we already approved.
Discussion. Okay, ready to vote on Resolution T.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
13-0.
13-0, motion carries. Okay, then we had Resolution U, Legislator Mezzi.
This is like falling on a sword. As much as this pains me to move resolution number U, Doc ID 13671, motion to reconsider designation of newspaper, I will so move that.
Thank you.
Amanda seconds.
friends. We had our opportunity to stand up to higher levels of government and protest. I'm still in the process of trying to whittle down what is now a 3-page letter to only a 2-page letter as it relates to this topic, which I hopefully will circulate shortly. I'm a little behind on tightening that up. I know our clerk and our county attorney would likely be grateful if this got 8 votes. Yeah, hopefully we don't find ourselves in the same position in the future. I suspect we might, but here we are. This needs to pass.
Deborah.
So I don't know if everyone saw this, but the Ithaca Journal had an article on the front page about how I won my write-in vote for District 7, but the little subheading, I don't know what you call that, underneath the main... Caption. The caption underneath...
Talk more into the mic.
Oh, the caption underneath the main headline said something about Thompson County redistricting to take effect. Oh, here it is, yes, thank you.
We like props.
Thompson County redistricting to take effect in 2026. Now, I'm pretty damn sure that Ithaca Voice would have gotten this right because Ithaca Voice knows it's Tompkins County, and they know the difference between affect and effect. And the other thing that kind of ticks me off is the picture, even the caption to the picture acknowledges that it's a picture of a voting place in Broome County. And this is why we really need to point out to Albany that the Ithaca Journal sucks. And we do not want to have to keep voting for putting our stuff and putting our money in such a sucky rag. So that's my rant for tonight. Thank you.
You get your award.
I'll make it a good letter, Greg.
I'm trying my best, guys.
Anybody else on resolution U?
I'm afraid to tell you about it.
Okay, so we are moving to reconsider. Do we need 2 votes on this?
No.
If we're
Yeah,
doing
we
it as a
can-
reconsider, yes.
That's what it's listed as.
That's
So we need to vote to reconsider, then vote on the motion.
That's right.
Does everyone understand what we're going to be voting on? Hang on, hold that thought. Randy?
Before I vote, so Maury, so if we vote against designating this, what happens?
Well, if you vote against bringing it back, it doesn't come back.
No, I mean...
If you vote against having a newspaper, I think that pretty much any action requiring publication, any action by the legislature requiring publication in the official newspaper could be subject to challenge for not having been published. So it would be problematic not to have an official newspaper.
Our jail numbers go up by 14.
16. It would be 16 as of January.
But they're
Dorsey,
not,
you're coming with us.
can we bring our trophies?
No.
Okay, so the first vote is whether we want to reconsider it, and if that passes, that means it's back on the floor.
Right.
Does everyone understand what we're about to vote on?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's have a vote on motion to reconsider.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Shauna Black. Travis Brooks.
No.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
No.
Is that a no?
Is that a no?
That's a no.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 10 to 3, the motion carries. So that is on the floor right now. Designating the Ithaca Journal as the newspaper. That is the motion now. Any further discussion? Ready for a vote?
Ann Corman.
No.
Mike Lane.
Reluctant, yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
No.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Nope.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Point of order, Dan Nolan seems to be back in the Zoom, trying to get in.
Oh.
How can you tell?
Thank you.
Dan Nolan, do you vote on designating the Ithaca Journal as a official paper?
Reluctant, yes.
Thank you.
10 to 4? 10 to 4, the motion carries. Okay, can someone move the minutes of the previous meeting? Veronica moves, Deborah seconds. Any discussion? Vote, please.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Dan Nolan,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 14 to 0, the motion carries. Is there any unfinished business? Okay, in a minute, I'm going to ask for a motion to go into executive session. We have 3 executive sessions that have been requested tonight. 2 of them for the medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporation, or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation, and 1 item concerning the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property, or the proposed acquisition of securities, or sale or exchange of securities held by such public body, but only when publicity would substantially affect the value thereof. Will somebody make a motion to go into executive session, please? Amanda moves, Veronica seconds. Any discussion? Let's have a vote, please.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Dan Nolan,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, sure.
Deborah Dawson,
Yeah.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 14-0, the motion carries. We are going to take a few minutes to shut down the cameras. We do not expect to take any action when we come out of executive session.